Section 28 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MelissaMarie. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 23. The Choice. Pondering over Allison's note, he suddenly recalled and verified some phrases which had struck him that summer on reading Harnack's celebrated History of Dogma, and around these he framed his reply. To act as if faith in eternal life and in the living Christ was the simplest thing in the world, or a dogma to which one has to submit, is irreligious. It is Christian to pray that God would give the Spirit to make us strong to overcome the feelings and the doubts of nature. Where this faith obtained in this way exists, it has always been supported by the conviction that the man lives who brought life and immortality to light. To hold fast this faith is the goal of life, for only what we consciously strive for is in this matter our own. What we think we possess is very soon lost. The feelings and the doubts of nature, the divine discontent, the striving against the doubt that every honest soul experiences and admits. Thus the contrast between her and these others who accepted and went their several ways was brought home to him. He longed to talk to her, but his days were full, yet the very thought of her helped to bear him up as his trials, his problems accumulated. Nor would he at any time have exchanged them for the former false peace which had been bought, he perceived more and more clearly, at the price of compromise. The worst of these trials, perhaps, was a conspicuous article in a newspaper containing a garbled account of his sermon, and of the sensation it had produced amongst his fashionable parishioners. He had refused to see the reporter, but he had been made out a hero, a socialistic champion of the poor. The black headlines were nauseating, and beside them, in juxtaposition, were pen portraits of himself and of Eldon Parr. There were rumors that the banker had left the church until the recalcitrant rector should be driven out of it. The usual long list of Mr. Parr's benefactions was included, and certain veiled paragraphs concerning his financial operations. Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Plimpton, Mr. Constable did not escape, although they too had refused to be interviewed. The article brought to the parish house a bevy of reporters who had to be fought off, and another batch of letters, many of them from ministers, in approval or condemnation. His fellow clergymen called, some to express sympathy and encouragement, more of them to voice in person indignant and horrified protests. Dr. Amnesley of Calvary, a counterpart of whose rubicund face might have been found in the Council of Trent or in medieval fish markets, pronounced his anathemas with his hands folded comfortably over his stomach, but eventually threw to the winds every vestige of his ecclesiastical dignity. Then there came a note from the old bishop, who was traveling, a kindly note, withal, if non-committal, to the effect that he had received certain communications, but that his physician would not permit him to return for another 10 days or so. He would then be glad to see Mr. Hodder and talk with him. What would the bishop do? Hodder's relations with him had been more than friendly, but whether the bishop's views were sufficiently liberal to support him in the extreme stand he had taken, he could not surmise, for it meant that the bishop too must enter into a conflict with the first layman of his diocese, of whose hospitality he had so often partaken, whose contributions had been on so lordly a scale. The bishop was in his 70th year and had hitherto successfully fought any attempt to supply him with an assistant, coadjutor or suffragan. At such times the fear grew upon Hodder that he might be recommended for trial, forced to abandon his fight to free the church from the fetters that bound her, that the implacable hostility of his enemies would rob him of his opportunity. Thus ties were broken, many hard things were said and brought to his ears. There were vacancies in the classes and guilds, absences that pained him, silences that wrung him. Of all the conversations he held, that with Mrs. Constable was perhaps the most illuminating and distressing. As on that other occasion when he had gone to her, this visit was under the seal of confession, unknown to her husband, and Hodder had been taken aback on seeing her enter his office by the very tragedy in her face, the tragedy he had momentarily beheld once before. He drew up a chair for her, and when she had sat down, she gazed at him some moments without speaking. "I had to come," she said. "There are some things I feel I must ask you, for I have been very miserable since I heard you on Sunday." He nodded gently. "I knew that you would change your views, become broader, greater. You may remember that I predicted it." "Yes," he said. "I thought you would grow more liberal, less bigoted, if you will allow me to say so. But I didn't anticipate," she hesitated and looked up at him again. "That I would take the extreme position I have taken," he assisted her. "Oh, Mr. Hodder," she cried impulsively, "was it necessary to go so far, and all at once? I am here not only because I am miserable, but I am concerned on your account. You hurt me very much that day you came to me, but you made me your friend, and I wonder if you really understand the terrible, bitter feeling you have aroused, the powerful enemies you have made by speaking so unreservedly." "I was prepared for it," he answered. "Surely, Mrs. Constable, once I have arrived at what I believe to be the truth, you would not have me temporize." She gave him a wan smile. "In one respect, at least, you have not changed," she told him. "I am afraid you are not the temporizing kind, but mayn't there still be a way to deal with this fearful situation? You have made it very hard for us, for them. You have given them no loophole of escape, and there are many, like me, who do not wish to see your career ruined, Mr. Hodder." "Would you prefer," he asked, "to see my soul destroyed, and your own?" Her lips twitched. "Isn't there any other way but that? Can't this transformation, which you say is necessary and vital, come gradually? You carried me away as I listened to you. I was not myself when I came out of the church, but I have been thinking ever since. Consider my husband, Mr. Hodder." Her voice faltered. "I shall not mince matters with you. I know you will not pretend to misunderstand me. I have never seen him so upset since that time Gertrude was married. He is in a most cruel position. I confessed to you once that Mr. Parr had made for us all the money we possess. Everett is fond of you, but if he espouses your cause on the vestry, we shall be ruined." Hodder was greatly moved. "It is not my cause, Mrs. Constable," he said. "Surely Christianity is not so harsh and uncompromising as that, and you quite do justice to some of these men? There was no one to tell them the wrongs they were committing, if they were indeed wrongs. Our civilization is far from perfect." "The Church may have been remiss, mistaken," the rector replied, "but the Christianity she has taught, adulterated though it were, has never condoned the acts which have become commonplace in modern finance. There must have been a time in the life of every one of these men when they had to take that first step against which their consciences revolted, when they realized that fraud and taking advantage of the ignorant and weak were wrong. They have deliberately preferred gratification in this life to spiritual development, if indeed they believe in any future whatsoever. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, is as true today as it ever was. They have had their choice. They still have it." "I am to blame," she cried. "I drove my husband to it. I made him think of riches. It was I who cultivated Mr. Parr, and oh, I suppose I am justly punished. I have never been happy for one instant since that day." He watched her pityingly as she wept, but presently she raised her face wonderingly. You do believe in the future life after what you have been through? I do, he answered simply. Yes, I am sure you do. It is that, what you are, convinces me you do. Even the remarkable and sensible explanation you gave of it when you interpreted the parable of the talents is not so powerful as the impression that you yourself believe after thinking it out for yourself, not accepting the old explanations. And then, she added with a note as of surprise, you are willing to sacrifice everything for it. And you, he asked, cannot you, too, believe to that extent? Everything? She repeated. It would mean poverty. No, God help me, I cannot face it. I have become too hard. I cannot do without the world, and even if I could, oh, you cannot know what you ask. Everett, my husband, I must say it, you make me tell you everything, is not free. He is little better than a slave to Eldon Parr. I hate Eldon Parr, she added with startling inconsequence. If I had only known what it would lead to when I made Everett what he is. But I knew nothing of business, and I wanted money, position to satisfy my craving at the loss of that other thing. And now I couldn't change my husband if I would. He hasn't the courage. He hasn't the vision. What there was of him long ago has been killed, and I killed it. He isn't anybody now. She relapsed again into weeping. And then it might not mean only poverty. It might mean disgrace. Disgrace! The rector involuntarily took up the word. There are some things he has done, she said in a low voice, which he thought he was obliged to do, which Eldon Parr made him do. But Mr. Parr, too? Hodder began. Oh, it was to shield Eldon Parr. They could never be traced to him, and if they ever came out, it would kill my husband. Tell me, she implored, what can I do? What shall I do? You are responsible. You have made me more bitterly unhappy than ever. Are you willing, he asked after a moment, to make the supreme renunciation? To face poverty and, perhaps, disgrace, to save your soul and others? And others? Yes. Your sacrifice could not be in vain. Otherwise, I should be merely urging on you the individualism which you once advocated with me. Renunciation. She pronounced the word questioningly. Can Christianity really mean that? Renunciation of the world? Must we take it in the drastic sense of the church of the early centuries, the church of the martyrs? Christianity demands all of us or nothing, he replied, but the false interpretation of renunciation of the early church has cast its blight on Christianity even to our day. Oriental asceticism, Stoicism, Philo, and other influences distorted Christ's meaning. Renunciation does not mean asceticism, retirement from the world, a denial of life. And the early Christian, since he was not a citizen, since he took the view that this mortal existence was essentially bad and kept his eyes steadfastly fixed on another, was the victim at once of false philosophies and of the literal messianic prophecies of the Jews, which were taken over with Christianity. The earthly kingdom which was to come was to be the result of some kind of a cataclysm. Personally, I believe our Lord merely used the messianic literature as a convenient framework for his spiritual kingdom of heaven, and that the Gospels misinterpret his meaning on this point. Renunciation is not the withdrawal from, the denial of life, but the fulfillment of life, the submission to the divine will and guidance in order that our work may be shown us. Renunciation is the assumption at once of heavenly and earthly citizenship, of responsibility for ourselves and our fellow men. It is the realization that the other world, the inner, spiritual world, is here now, and that the soul may dwell in it before death, while the body and mind work for the coming of what may be called the collective kingdom. Life, looked upon in that way, is not bad, but good, not meaningless, but luminous. She had listened hungrily, her eyes fixed upon his face. "And for me?" she questioned. "For you," he answered, leaning forward and speaking with a conviction that shook her profoundly. "If you make the sacrifice of your present unhappiness, of your misery, all will be revealed. The labor which you have shirked, which is now hidden from you, will be disclosed. You will justify your existence by taking your place as an element of the community. You will be able to say of yourself at last, 'I am of use.'" "You mean social work?" The likeness of this to Mrs. Plimpton's question struck him. She had called it charity. How far had they wandered in their teaching from the revelation of the Master, since it was as new and incomprehensible to these so-called Christians as to Nicodemus himself. "All Christian work is social, Mrs. Constable, but it is founded on love. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. You hold your own soul precious, since it is the shrine of God, and for that reason you hold equally precious your neighbor's soul. Love comes first, as revelation, as imparted knowledge, as the divine gist of autonomy, self-government. And then one cannot help working socially at the task for which we are made by nature most efficient. And in order to discover what that task is, we must wait." "Why did not someone tell me this when I was young?" she asked, not speaking to him. "It seems so simple." "It is simple. The difficult thing is to put it into practice, the most difficult thing in the world. Both courage and faith are required, faith that is content to trust as to the nature of the reward. It is the wisdom of foolishness. Have you the courage?" She pressed her hands together. "Alone, perhaps I should have. I don't know. But my husband, I was able to influence him to his destruction, and now I am powerless. Darkness has closed around me. He would not, he will not listen to me." "You have tried?" "I have attempted to talk to him, but the whole of my life contradicts my words. He cannot see me except as the woman who drove him into making money. Sometimes I think he hates me." Hodder recalled, as his eyes rested on her compassionately, the sufferings of that other woman in Dalton Street. "Would you have me desert him? After all these years?" she whispered. "I often think he would be happier, even now." "I would have you do nothing save that which God himself will reveal to you. Go home, go into the church and pray. Pray for knowledge. I think you will find that you are held responsible for your husband. Pray that which you have broken you may mend again." "Do you think there is a chance?" Hodder made a gesture. "God alone can judge as to the extent of his punishments." She got to her feet wearily. "I feel no hope. I feel no courage, but I will try. I see what you mean, that my punishment is my powerlessness." He bent his head. "You are so strong. Perhaps you can help me." "I shall always be ready," he replied. He escorted her down the steps to the dark blue brougham with upstanding chestnut horses, which was waiting at the curb, but Mrs. Constable turned to the footman who held open the door. "You may stay here a while," she said to him, and gave Hodder her hand. She went into the church. Asa Waring and his son-in-law, Phil Goodrich, had been to see Hodder on the subject of the approaching vestry meeting, and both had gone away not a little astonished and impressed by the calmness with which the rector looked forward to the conflict. Others of his parishioners, some of whom were more discreet in their expressions of sympathy, were no less surprised by his attitude, and even his theological adversaries, such as Gordon Atterbury, paid him a reluctant tribute. Thanks perhaps to the newspaper comments as much as to any other factor in the minds of those of all shades of opinion in the parish, the issue had crystallized into a duel between the rector and Eldon Parr. Bitterly, as they resented the glare of publicity into which St. John's had been dragged, the first layman of the diocese was not beloved, and the fairer-minded of Hodder's opponents, though appalled, were forced to admit in their hearts that the methods by which Mr. Parr had made his fortune and gained his ascendancy would not bear scrutiny. Some of them were disturbed indeed by the discovery that there had come about in them by imperceptible degrees in the last few years a new and critical attitude towards the ways of modern finance. Most of them had an uncomfortable feeling that Hodder was somehow right, a feeling which they sought to stifle when they reflected upon the consequences of facing it, for this would mean a disagreeable shaking up of their own lives. Few of them were in a position whence they might cast stones at Eldon Parr. What these did not grasp was the fact that that which they felt stirring within them was the new and spiritual product of the dawning 20th century, the social conscience. They wished heartily that the new rector who had developed this disquieting personality would peacefully resign and leave them to the former even tenor of their lives. They did not for one moment doubt the outcome of his struggle with Eldon Parr. The great banker was known to be relentless. His name was synonymous with victory. And yet, paradoxically, Hodder compelled their inner sympathy and admiration. Some of them, who did not attempt peremptorily to choke these processes, made the startling discovery that they were not, after all, so shocked by his doctrines as they had at first supposed. The trouble was that they could not continue to listen to him, as formerly, with comfort. One thing was certain, that they had never expected to look forward to a vestry meeting with such breathless interest and anxiety. This clergyman had suddenly accomplished the surprising feat of reviving the church as a burning, vital factor in the life of the community. He had discerned her enemy and defied his power. As for Hodder, so absorbed had he been by his experiences, so wrung by the human contacts, the personal problems which he had sought to enter, that he had actually given no thought to the battle before him until the autumn afternoon, heavy with smoke, had settled down into darkness. The weather was damp and cold, and he sat musing on the ordeal now abruptly confronting him before his study fire, when he heard a step behind him. He turned to recognize, by the glow of the embers, the heavy figure of Nelson Langmaid. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, Hodder," he said. "The janitor said you were in, and your door is open." "Not at all," replied the rector, rising. As he stood for a moment facing the lawyer, the thought of their friendship and how it had begun in the little rectory overlooking the lake at Bremerton was uppermost in his mind. Yes, and the memory of many friendly literary discussions in the same room where they now stood, of pleasant dinners at Langmaid's house in the West End, when the two of them had often sat talking until late into the nights. "I must seem very inhospitable," said Hodder. "I'll light the lamp. It's pleasanter than the electric light." The added illumination at first revealed the lawyer in his familiar aspect, the broad shoulders, the big reddish beard, the dome-like head, the generous person that seemed to radiate scholarly benignity, peace, and goodwill. But almost instantly the rector became aware of a new and troubled, puzzled glance from behind the round spectacles. "I thought I'd drop in a moment on my way uptown," he began, and the note of uncertainty in his voice, too, was new. Hodder drew towards the fire the big chair in which it had been Langmaid's wont to sit, and perhaps it was the sight of this operation that loosed the lawyer's tongue. "Confound it, Hodder!" he exclaimed. "I like you. I always have liked you, and you've got 100 times the ability of the average clergyman. Why in the world did you have to go and make all this trouble?" By so characteristic a remark, Hodder was both amused and moved. It revealed so perfectly the point of view and predicament of the lawyer, and it was also an expression of an affection which the rector cordially returned. Before answering, he placed his visitor in the chair, and the deliberation of the act was a revelation of the unconscious poise of the clergyman. The spectacle of this self-command on the brink of such a crucial event as the vestry meeting had taken Langmaid aback more than he cared to show. He had lost the old sense of comradeship, of easy equality, and he had the odd feeling of dealing with a new man, at once familiar and unfamiliar, who had somehow lifted himself out of the everyday element in which they heretofore had met. The clergyman had contrived to step out of his, Langmaid's, experience, had actually set him, who all his life had known no difficulty in dealing with men, to groping for a medium of communication. Hodder sat down on the other side of the fireplace. He, too, seemed to be striving for a common footing. "It was a question of proclaiming the truth when at last I came to see it, Langmaid. I could not help doing what I did. Matters of policy, of a false consideration for individuals, could not enter into it. If this were not so, I should gladly admit that you had a just grievance, a peculiar right to demand why I had not remained the strictly orthodox person whom you induced to come here. You had every reason to congratulate yourself that you were getting what you doubtless would call a safe man. I'll admit I had a twinge of uneasiness after I came home," Langmaid confessed. Hodder smiled at his frankness. "But that disappeared." "Yes, it disappeared. You seemed to suit him so perfectly. I'll own up, Hodder, that I was a little hurt that you did not come and talk to me just before you took the extraordinary— before you changed your opinions." "Would it have done any good?" asked the rector gently. "Would you have agreed with me any better than you do now? I am perfectly willing, if you wish, to discuss with you any views of mine which you may not endorse, and it would make me very happy, I assure you, if I could bring you to look upon the matter as I do." This was a poser, and whether it were ingenuous or had in it an element of the scriptural wisdom of the serpent, Langmaid could not have said. As a lawyer, he admired it. "I wasn't in church, as usual. I didn't hear the sermon," he replied, "and I never could make head or tail of theology. I always told you that. What I deplore, Hodder, is that you've contrived to make a hornet's nest out of the most peaceful and contented congregation in America. Couldn't you have managed to stick to religion instead of getting mixed up with socialism?" "So you have been given the idea that my sermon was socialistic," the rector said. "Socialistic and heretical, it seems. Of course, I'm not much of an authority on heresy, but they claim that you went out of your way to knock some of their most cherished and sacred beliefs in the head. But suppose I have come to the honest conclusion that in the first place these so-called cherished beliefs have no foundation in fact, and no influence on the lives of the persons who cherish them, no real connection with Christianity. What would you have me do as a man? Continue to preach them for the sake of the lethargic peace of which you speak? Leave the church paralyzed, as I found it? Paralyzed? You've got the most influential people in the city." Hodder regarded him for a while without replying. "So has the Willesden Club," he said. Langmaid laughed a little, uncomfortably. "If Christianity, as one of the ancient popes is said to have remarked, were merely a profitable fable," the rector continued, "there might be something in your contention that St. John's as a church had reached the pinnacle of success. But let us ignore the spiritual side of this matter as non-vital, and consider it from the practical side. We have the most influential people in the city, but we have not their children. That does not promise well for the future. The children get more profit out of the country clubs. And then there is another question. Is it going to continue to be profitable? Is it as profitable now as it was, say, 20 years ago?" "You've got out of my depth," said Nelson Langmaid. "I'll try to explain. As a man of affairs, I think you will admit, if you reflect, that the return of St. John's, considering the large amount of money invested, is scarcely worth considering." And I am surprised that as astute a man as Mr. Parr has not been able to see this long ago. If we clear all the cobwebs away, what is the real function of this church as at present constituted? Why this heavy expenditure to maintain religious services for a handful of people? Is it not, when we come down to facts, an increasingly futile effort to bring the influences of religion, of superstition if you will, to bear on the so-called lower classes, in order that they may remain contented with their lot, with that station and condition in the world where, it is argued, it has pleased God to call them? If that were not so, in my opinion, there are very few of the privileged classes who would invest $1 in the church. And the proof of it is that the moment a clergyman raises his voice to proclaim the true message of Christianity, they are up in arms with the cry of socialism. They have the sense to see that their privileges are immediately threatened. Looking at it from the financial side, it would be cheaper for them to close up their churches. It is a mere waste of time and money because the influence on their less fortunate brethren in a worldly sense has dwindled to nothing. The poor never come near their churches in these days. The profitable fable is almost played out. Hodder had spoken without bitterness, yet his irony was by no means lost on the lawyer. Langmaid, if the truth be told, found himself for the moment in the unusual predicament of being at a loss, for the rector had put forward with more or less precision the very cynical view which he himself had been clever enough to evolve. "Haven't they the right," he asked somewhat lamely, "to demand the kind of religion they pay for?" "Provided you don't call it religion," said the rector. Langmaid smiled in spite of himself. "See here, Hodder," he said, "I've always confessed frankly that I knew little or nothing about religion. I've come here this evening as your friend, without authority from anybody," he added significantly, "to see if this thing couldn't somehow be adjusted peaceably for your sake as well as others. Come, you must admit there's a grain of justice in the contention against you. When I went on to Bremerton to get you, I had no real reason for supposing that these views would develop. I made a contract with you in all good faith." "And I with you," answered the rector. "Perhaps you do not realize, Langmaid, what has been the chief factor in developing these views." The lawyer was silent from caution. "I must be frank with you. It was the discovery that Mr. Parr and others of my chief parishioners were so far from being Christians as to indulge, while they supported the Church of Christ, in operations like that of the Consolidated Tractions Company, wronging their fellow men and condemning them to misery and hate, and that you, as a lawyer, used your talents to make that operation possible." "Hold on," cried Langmaid, now plainly agitated. "You have no right. You can know nothing of that affair. You do not understand business." "I'm afraid," replied the rector sadly, "that I understand one side of it only too well. The church has no right to meddle outside of her sphere, to dictate to politics and business." "Her sphere," said Hodder, "is the world. If she does not change the world by sending out Christians into it, she would better close her doors." "Well, I don't intend to quarrel with you, Hodder. I suppose it can't be helped that we look on these things differently, and I don't intend to enter into a defense of business. It would take too long, and it wouldn't help any." He got to his feet. "Whatever happens, it won't interfere with our personal friendship, even if you think me a highwayman, and I think you a fanatic," Hodder supplied. He had risen too, and stood with a smile on his face, gazing at the lawyer with an odd scrutiny. "An idealist, I was going to say," Langmaid answered, returning the smile. "I'll admit that we need them in the world. It's only when one of them gets the gearbox." The rector laughed, and thus they stood facing each other. "Langmaid," Hodder asked, "don't you ever get tired and disgusted with the Juggernaut car?" The big lawyer continued to smile, but a sheepish, almost boyish expression came over his face. He had not credited the clergyman with so much astuteness. "Business nowadays is business, Hodder. The Juggernaut car claims us all. It has become, if you will permit me to continue to put my similes into slang, the modern bandwagon, and we lawyers have to get on it or fall by the wayside." Hodder stared into the fire. "I appreciate your motive in coming here," he said at length, "and I do you the justice of believing it was friendly, that the fact that you are, in a way, responsible for me to the congregation of St. John's did not enter into it. I realize that I have made matters particularly awkward for you. You have given them and me, and in good faith, something they didn't bargain for. You haven't said so, but you want me to resign. On the one hand, you don't care to see me tilting at the windmills, or better, drawing down on my head the thunderbolts of your gods. On the other hand, you are just a little afraid for your gods. If the question in dispute were merely an academic one, I'd accommodate you at once. But I can't. I've thought it all out, and I have made up my mind that it is my clear duty to remain here and, if I am strong enough, wrest this church from the grip of Eldon Parr and the men whom he controls. I am speaking plainly, and I understand the situation thoroughly. You will probably tell me, as others have done, that no one has ever opposed Eldon Parr who has not been crushed. I go in with my eyes open. I am willing to be crushed, if necessary. You have come here to warn me, and I appreciate your motive. Now I am going to warn you in all sincerity and friendship. I may be beaten, I may be driven out, but the victory will be mine nevertheless. Eldon Parr and the men who stand with him in the struggle will never recover from the blow I shall give them. I shall leave them crippled because I have the truth on my side, and the truth is irresistible, and they shall not be able to injure me permanently. And you, I regret deeply to say, will be hurt too. I beg you, for no selfish reason, to consider again the part you intend to play in this affair." Such was the conviction, such the unlooked-for fire with which the rector spoke, that Langmaid was visibly shaken and taken aback in spite of himself. "Do you mean," he demanded when he had caught his breath, "that you intend to attack us publicly?" "Is that the only punishment you can conceive of?" the rector asked. The reproach in his voice was in itself a denial. "I beg your pardon, Hodder," said the lawyer quickly, "and I am sure you honestly believe what you say, but—" "In your heart you too believe it, Langmaid. The retribution has already begun. Nevertheless, you will go on for a while." He held out his hand, which Langmaid took mechanically. "I bear you no ill will. I am sorry that you cannot yet see with sufficient clearness to save yourself." Langmaid turned and picked up his hat and stick and left the room without another word. The bewildered, wistful look which had replaced the ordinarily benign and cheerful expression haunted Hodder long after the lawyer had gone. It was the look of a man who has somehow lost his consciousness of power. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. The Vestry meets. At 9 o'clock that evening, Hodder stood alone in the arched vestry room, and the sight of the heavy Gothic chairs ranged about the long table brought up memories of comfortable, genial meetings prolonged by chat and banter. The noise of feet, of subdued voices beside the coat-room in the corridor aroused him. All of the vestry would seem to have arrived at once. He regarded them with a detached curiosity as they entered, reading them with a new insight. The trace of off-handedness in Mr. Plimpton's former cordiality was not lost upon him, an intimation that his star had set. Mr. Plimpton had seen many breaches healed, had healed many himself, but he had never been known as a champion of lost causes. "Well, here we are, Mr. Hodder, on the stroke," he remarked. "As a vestry, I think we're entitled to the first prize for promptness. How about it, Everett?" Everett Constable was silent. "Good evening, Mr. Hodder," he said. He did not offer to shake hands, as Mr. Plimpton had done, but sat down at the far end of the table. He looked tired and worn, sick, the rector thought, and felt a sudden swelling of compassion for the pompous little man whose fibre was not as tough as that of these other condottieri, as Francis Ferguson's, for instance, although his soft hand and pink and white face, framed in the black whiskers, would seem to belie any fibre whatever. Gordon Atterbury hemmed and hawed. Mr. Hodder, and seated himself beside Mr. Constable in a chair designed to accommodate a portly bishop. Both of them started nervously as Asa Waring, holding his head high as a man should who has kept his birthright, went directly to the rector. "I'm glad to see you, Mr. Hodder," he said, and turning defiantly surveyed the room. There was an awkward silence. Mr. Plimpton edged a little nearer. The decree might have gone forth for Mr. Hodder's destruction, but Asa Waring was a man whose displeasure was not to be lightly incurred. "What's this I hear about your moving out of Hamilton Place, Mr. Waring? You better come up and take the Spaulding lot in Waverley across from us." "I'm an old man, Mr. Plimpton," Asa Waring replied. "I do not move as easily as some other people in these days." Everett Constable produced his handkerchief and rubbed his nose violently, but Mr. Plimpton was apparently undaunted. "I have always said," he observed, "that there was something very fine in your sticking to that neighbourhood after your friends had gone. Here's Phil." Phil Goodrich looked positively belligerent, and as he took his stand on the other side of Hodder, his father-in-law smiled at him grimly. Mr. Goodrich took hold of the rector's arm. "I missed 1 or 2 meetings last spring, Mr. Hodder," he said, "but I'm going to be on hand after this. My father, I believe, never missed a vestry meeting in his life. Perhaps that was because they used to hold most of them at his house." "And served port and cigars, I'm told," Mr. Plimpton put in. "That was an inducement, Wallace, I'll admit," answered Phil. "But there are even greater inducements now." In view of Phil Goodrich's well-known liking for a fight, this was too pointed to admit of a reply, but Mr. Plimpton was spared the attempt by the entrance of Nelson Langmaid. The lawyer, as he greeted them, seemed to be preoccupied, nor did he seek to relieve the tension with his customary joke. A few moments of silence followed when Eldon Parr was seen to be standing in the doorway surveying them. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said coldly, and without more ado went to his customary chair and sat down in it. Immediately followed a scraping of other chairs. There was a dominating quality about the man not to be gainsayed. The rector called the meeting to order. During the routine business, none of the little asides occurred which produced laughter. Every man in the room was aware of the intensity of Eldon Parr's animosity, and yet he betrayed it neither by voice, look, or gesture. There was something uncanny in this self-control, this sang-froid, with which he was wont to sit at boards waiting unmoved for the time when he should draw his net about his enemies and strangle them without pity. It got on Langmaid's nerves, hardened as he was to it. He had seen many men in that net. Some had struggled, some had taken their annihilation stoically, honest merchants, freebooters and brigands. Most of them had gone out with their families into that precarious borderland of existence in which the tomorrows are ever dreaded. Yet here, somehow, was a different case. Langmaid found himself going back to the days when his mother had taken him to church, and he could not bear to look at Hodder. Since 6 o'clock that afternoon, had his companions but known it, he had passed through one of the worst periods of his existence. After the regular business had been disposed of, a brief interval was allowed, for the sake of decency, to ensue. That Eldon Parr would not lead the charge in person was a foregone conclusion. Whom, then, would he put forward? For obvious reasons, not Wallace Plimpton or Langmaid nor Francis Ferguson. Hodder found his glance unconsciously fixed upon Everett Constable, who moved nervously and slowly pushed back his chair. He was called upon, in this hour and in the church his father had helped to found, to make the supreme payment for the years of financial prosperity. Although a little man, with his shoulders thrown back and his head high, he generally looked impressive when he spoke, and his fine features and clear-cut English contributed to the effect. But now his face was strained, and his voice seemed to lack command as he bowed and mentioned the rector's name. Eldon Parr sat back. "Gentlemen," Mr. Constable began, "I feel it my duty to say something this evening, something that distresses me. Like some of you who are here present, I have been on this vestry for many years, and my father was on it before me. I was brought up under Dr. Gilman, of whom I need not speak. All here, except our present rector, knew him. This church, St. John's, has been a large part of my life, and anything that seems to touch its welfare touches me. When Dr. Gilman died, after so many years of faithful service, we faced a grave problem, that of obtaining a young man of ability, an active man, who would be able to assume the responsibilities of a large and growing parish, and at the same time carry on its traditions, precious to us all. One who believed in and preached, I need scarcely add, the accepted doctrines of the Church, which we have been taught to think are sacred and necessary to salvation. And in the discovery of the Reverend Mr. Hodder, we had reason to congratulate ourselves and the parish. He was all that we had hoped for and more. His sermons were at once a pleasure and an instruction. I wish to make it clear, he continued, that in spite of the pain Mr. Hodder's words of last Sunday have given me, I respect and honour him still, and wish him every success. But, gentlemen, I think it is plain to all of you that he has changed his religious convictions. As to the causes through which that change has come about, I do not pretend to know. To say the least, the transition is a startling one for which some of us were totally unprepared. To speak restrainedly, it was a shock which I shall remember as long as I live. I need not go into the doctrinal question here, except to express my opinion that the fundamental facts of our religion were contradicted, and we have also to consider the effect of this preaching on coming generations for whom we are responsible. There are no doubt other fields for Mr. Hodder's usefulness, but I think it may safely be taken as a principle that this parish has the right to demand from the pulpit that orthodox teaching which suits it, and to which it has been accustomed. And I venture further to give it as my opinion, to put it mildly, that others have been as disturbed and shocked as I. I have seen many, talked with many since Sunday. For these reasons, with much sorrow and regret, I venture to suggest to the vestry that Mr. Hodder resign as our rector. And I may add what I believe to be the feeling of all present, that we have nothing but goodwill for him, although we think we might have been informed of what he intended to do, and that in requesting him to resign we are acting for his own good as well as our own, and are thus avoiding a situation which threatens to become impossible, one which would bring serious reflection on him and calamity on the Church. We already, in certain articles in the newspapers, have had an indication of the intolerable notoriety we may expect. Although I hold Mr. Hodder innocent in regard to those articles, I am sure he will have the good sense to see this situation as I see it, as the majority of the parish see it. Mr. Constable sat down, breathing hard. He had not looked at the rector during the whole of his speech, nor at Eldon Parr. There was a heavy silence, and then Philip Goodrich rose, square, clean-cut, aggressive. "I too, gentlemen, have had lifelong association with this church," he began deliberately, "and for Mr. Hodder's sake I am going to give you a little of my personal history, because I think it typical of thousands of men of my age all over this country. It was nobody's fault, perhaps, that I was taught that the Christian religion depended on certain series of nature miracles and a chain of historical events. And when I went east to school I had more of this same sort of instruction. I have never, perhaps, been overburdened with intellect, but the time arrived, nevertheless, when I began to think for myself. Some of the older boys went once, I remember, to the rector of the school, a dear old man, and frankly stated our troubles. To use a modern expression, he stood pat on everything. I do not say it was a consciously criminal act. He probably saw no way out himself. At any rate, he made us all agnostics at one stroke. What I learned in college of science and history and philosophy merely confirmed me in my agnosticism. As a complete system for the making of atheists and materialists, I commend the education which I received. If there is any man here who believes religion to be an essential factor in life, I ask him to think of his children or grandchildren before he comes forward to the support of Mr. Constable. In that sermon which he preached last Sunday, Mr. Hodder, for the first time in my life, made Christianity intelligible to me. I want him to know it. And there are other men and women in that congregation who feel as I do. Gentlemen, there is nothing I would not give to have had Christianity put before me in that simple and inspiring way when I was a boy, and in my opinion St. John's is more fortunate today than it ever has been in its existence. Mr. Hodder should have an unanimous testimonial of appreciation from this vestry for his courage, and if the vote requesting him to resign prevails, I venture to predict that there is not a man on this vestry who will not live to regret it." Phil Goodrich glared at Eldon Parr, who remained unmoved. "Permit me to add," he said, "that this controversy in other respects than doctrine is more befitting to the Middle Ages than to the 20th century, when this church and other denominations are passing resolutions in their national conventions with a view to unity and freedom of belief." Mr. Langmaid, Mr. Plimpton, and Mr. Constable sat still. Mr. Ferguson made no move. It was Gordon Atterbury who rushed into the breach and proved that the extremists are allies of doubtful value. He had apparently not been idle since Sunday, and was armed cap a pee with time-worn arguments that need not be set down, all of which went to show that Mr. Goodrich had not referred to the Middle Ages in vain. For Gordon Atterbury was a born schoolman, but he finished by declaring at the end of 20 minutes, much as he regretted the necessity of saying it, that Mr. Hodder's continuance as rector would mean the ruin of the church in which all present took such pride, that the great majority of its members would never submit to what was so plainly heresy. It was then that Mr. Plimpton gathered courage to pour oil on the waters. There was nothing, in his opinion, he remarked smilingly, in his function as peacemaker to warrant anything but the most friendly interchange of views. He was second to none in his regard for Mr. Hodder, in his admiration for a man who had the courage of his convictions. He had not the least doubt that Mr. Hodder did not desire to remain in the parish when it was so apparent that the doctrines which he now preached were not acceptable to most of those who supported the church, and he added, with sublime magnanimity, that he wished Mr. Hodder the success which he was sure he deserved, and gave him every assurance of his friendship. Asa Waring was about to rise when he perceived that Hodder himself was on his feet, and the eyes of every man save one were fixed on him irresistibly. The rector seemed unaware of it. It was Philip Goodrich who remarked to his father-in-law, as they walked home afterwards, of the sense he had had at that moment that there were just two men in the room, Hodder and Eldon Parr. All the rest were ciphers. All had lost momentarily their feelings of partisanship, and were conscious only of these two intense, radiating, opposing centres of force, and no man, oddly enough, could say which was the stronger. They seemingly met on equal terms. There could not be the slightest doubt that the rector did not mean to yield, and yet they might have been puzzled if they had asked themselves how they had read the fact in his face or manner, for he betrayed neither anger nor impatience. No more did the financier reveal his own feelings. He still sat back in his chair, unmoved in apparent contemplation. The posture was familiar to Langmaid. Would he destroy too this clergyman? For the first time in his life, and as he looked at Hodder, the lawyer wondered. Hodder did not defend himself, made no apologies. Christianity was not a collection of doctrines, he reminded them, but a mode of life. If anything were clear to him, it was that the present situation was not, with the majority of them, a matter of doctrines, but of unwillingness to accept the message and precept of Jesus Christ and lead Christian lives. They had made use of the doctrines as a stalking horse. There was a stir at this, and Hodder paused a moment and glanced around the table, but no one interrupted. He was fully aware of his rights, and he had no intention of resigning. To resign would be to abandon the work for which he was responsible, not to them, but to God. And he was perfectly willing, nay eager, to defend his Christianity before any ecclesiastical court, should the bishop decide that a court was necessary. The day of freedom, of a truer vision, was at hand, the day of Christian unity on the vital truths, and no better proof of it could be brought forward than the change in him. In his ignorance and blindness he had hitherto permitted compromise, but he would no longer allow those who made only an outward pretence of being Christians to direct the spiritual affairs of St. John's, to say what should and what should not be preached. This was to continue to paralyze the usefulness of the Church, to set at naught her mission, to alienate those who most had need of her, who hungered and thirsted after righteousness, and went away unsatisfied. He had hardly resumed his seat when Everett Constable got up again. He remarked, somewhat unsteadily, that to prolong the controversy would be useless and painful to all concerned, and he infinitely regretted the necessity of putting his suggestion that the rector resign in the form of a resolution. The vote was taken. 6 men raised their hands in favour of his resignation. Nelson, Langmaid among them. 2, Asa Waring and Philip Goodrich, were against it. After announcing the result, Hodder rose. "For the reasons I have stated, gentlemen, I decline to resign," he said. "I stand upon my canonical rights." Francis Ferguson arose, his voice actually trembling with anger. There is something uncanny in the passion of a man whose life has been ordered by the inexorable rules of commerce, who has been wont to decide all questions from the standpoint of dollars and cents. If one of his own wax models had suddenly become animated, the effect could not have been more startling. In the course of this discussion, he declared, Mr. Hodder had seen fit to make grave and, in his opinion, unwarranted charges concerning the lives of some, if not all, of the gentlemen who sat here. It surprised him that these remarks had not been resented, but he praised a Christian forbearance on the part of his colleagues which he was unable to achieve. He had no doubt that their object had been to spare Mr. Hodder's feelings as much as possible, but Mr. Hodder had shown no disposition to spare their own. He had outraged them, Mr. Ferguson thought, wantonly so. He had made these preposterous and unchristian charges an excuse for his determination to remain in a position where his usefulness had ceased. No one, unfortunately, was perfect in this life, not even Mr. Hodder. He, Francis Ferguson, was far from claiming to be so, but he believed that this arraignment of the men who stood highest in the city for decency, law, and order, who supported the Church, who revered its doctrines, who tried to live Christian lives, who gave their time and their money freely to it and to charities, that this arraignment was an arrogant accusation and affront to be repudiated. He demanded that Mr. Hodder be definite. If he had any changes to make, let him make them here and now. The consternation, the horror which succeeded such a stupid and unexpected tactical blunder on the part of the usually astute Mr. Ferguson were felt rather than visually discerned. The atmosphere might have been described as panicky. Asa Waring and Phil Goodrich smiled as Wallace Plimpton, after a moment's hush, scrambled to his feet, his face pale, his customary easiness and nonchalance now the result of an obvious effort. He too tried to smile, but swallowed instead as he remembered his property in Dalton Street. Nelson Langmaid smiled in spite of himself. Mr. Plimpton implored his fellow members not to bring personalities into the debate, and he was aware all the while of the curious, pitying expression of the rector. He breathed a sigh of relief at the opening words of Hodder, who followed him. "Gentlemen," he said, "I have no intention of being personal, even by unanimous consent. But if Mr. Ferguson will come to me after this meeting, I shall have not the least objection to discussing this matter with him in so far as he himself is concerned. I can only assure you now that I have not spoken without warrant." There was, oddly enough, no acceptance of this offer by Mr. Ferguson. Another silence ensued, broken at last by a voice for which they had all been unconsciously waiting, a voice which, though unemotional, cold, and matter-of-fact, was nevertheless commanding and long accustomed to speak with an overwhelming authority. Eldon Parr did not rise. "Mr. Hodder," he said, "in one respect seems to be under the delusion that we are still in the Middle Ages instead of the 20th century, since he assumes the right to meddle with the lives of his parishioners, to be the sole judge of their actions. That assumption will not be tolerated by free men. I, for one, gentlemen, do not propose to have a socialist for the rector of the church which I attend and support, and I maintain the privilege of an American citizen to set my own standards within the law and to be the sole arbiter of those standards." "Good," muttered Gordon Atterbury. Langmaid moved uncomfortably. "I shall not waste words," the financier continued. "There is in my mind no question that we are justified in demanding from our rector the Christian doctrines to which we have given our assent and which are stated in the creeds. That they shall be subject to the whims of the rector is beyond argument. I do not pretend to understand either, gentlemen, the nature of the extraordinary change that has taken place in the rector of St. John's. I am not well versed in psychology. I am incapable of flights myself. One effect of this change is an attitude on which reasonable considerations would seem to have no effect. Our resources, fortunately, are not yet at an end. It has been my hope, on account of my former friendship with Mr. Hodder, that an ecclesiastical trial might not be necessary. It now seems inevitable. In the meantime, since Mr. Hodder has seen fit to remain in spite of our protest, I do not intend to enter this church. I was prepared, gentlemen, as some of you no doubt know, to spend a considerable sum in adding to the beauty of St. John's and to do the charitable activities of the parish. Mr. Hodder has not disapproved of my gifts in the past, but owing to his present scruples concerning my worthiness, I naturally hesitate to press the matter now. Mr. Parr indulged in the semblance of a smile. I fear that he must take the responsibility of delaying this benefit with the other responsibilities he has assumed. His voice changed. It became sharper. In short, I propose to withhold all contributions for whatever purpose from this church while Mr. Hodder is rector, and I advise those of you who have voted for his resignation to do the same. In the meantime, I shall give my money to Calvary and attend its services, and I shall offer further a resolution, which I am informed is within our right, to discontinue Mr. Hodder's salary. There was that in the unparalleled audacity of Eldon Parr that compelled Hodder's unwilling admiration. He sat gazing at the financier during this speech, speculating curiously on the inner consciousness of the man who could utter it. Was it possible that he had no sense of guilt? Even so, he had shown a remarkable astuteness in relying on the conviction that he, Hodder, would not betray what he knew. He was suddenly aware that Asa Waring was standing beside him. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Waring, "I have listened to this discussion as long as I can bear it with patience. Had I been told of it, I should have thought it incredible that the methods of the money changer should be applied to the direction and control of the house of God. In my opinion, there is but one word which is suitable for what has passed here tonight, and the word is persecution. Perhaps I have lived too long. I have lived to see honourable, upright men deprived of what was rightfully theirs, driven from their livelihood by the rapacity of those who strive to concentrate the wealth and power of the nation into their hands. I have seen this power gathering strength, stretching its arm little by little over the institutions I fought to preserve, and which I cherish, over our politics, over our government, yes, and even over our courts. I have seen it poisoning the business honour in which we formerly took such pride. I have seen it re-establishing a slavery more pernicious than that which millions died to efface. I have seen it compel a subservience which makes me ashamed as an American to witness." His glance of withering moral scorn darted from under the grizzled eyebrows and alighted on one man after another, and none met it. Everett Constable coughed. Wallace Plimpton shifted his position. The others sat like stones. Asa Waring was giving vent at last to the pent-up feelings of many years. "And now that power which respects nothing has crept into the sanctuary of the church. Our rector recognizes it, I recognize it. There is not a man here who in his heart misunderstands me, and when a man is found who has the courage to stand up against it, I honour him with all my soul, and a hope that was almost dead revives in me. For there is one force, and one force alone, able to overcome the power of which I speak, the Spirit of Christ, and the mission of the Church is to disseminate that Spirit. The Church is the champion on which we have to rely, or give up all hope of victory. The Church must train the recruits, and if the Church herself is betrayed into the hands of the enemy, the battle is lost. If Mr. Hodder is forced out of this church, it would be better to lock the doors. St. John's will be held up, and rightfully, to the scorn of the city. All the money in the world will not save her. Though crippled, she has survived one disgrace, when she would not give free shelter to the man who above all others expressed her true spirit, when she drove Horace Bentley from her doors after he had been deprived of the fortune which he was spending for his fellow men. She will not survive another. I have no doubt Mr. Parr's motion to take from Mr. Hodder his living will go through, and still I urge him not to resign. I am not a rich man, even when such property as I have is compared to moderate fortunes of these days, but I would pay his salary willingly out of my own pocket rather than see him go. I call the attention of the chairman, said Eldon Parr, after a certain interval in which no one had ventured to speak, to the motion before the vestry relating to the discontinuance of Mr. Hodder's salary. It was then that the unexpected happened. Gordon Atterbury redeemed himself. His respect for Mr. Waring, he said, made him hesitate to take issue with him. He could speak for himself and for a number of people in the congregation when he reiterated his opinion that they were honestly shocked at what Mr. Hodder had preached, and that this was his sole motive in requesting Mr. Hodder to resign. He thought under the circumstances that this was a matter which might safely be left with the bishop. He would not vote to deprive Mr. Hodder of his salary. The motion was carried by a vote of 5-3, for Eldon Parr well knew that his will needed no enforcement by argument. And this much was to be said for him, that after he had entered a battle, he never hesitated, never under any circumstances reconsidered the probable effect of his course. As for the others, those who had supported him, they were cast in a less heroic mould. Even Francis Ferguson. As between the devil and the deep sea, he was compelled, with as good a grace as possible, to choose the devil. He was utterly unable to contemplate the disaster which might ensue if certain financial ties which were thicker than cables were snapped. But his affection for the devil was not increased by thus being led into a charge from which he would willingly have drawn back. Asa Waring might mean nothing to Eldon Parr, but he meant a great deal to Francis Ferguson, who had by no means forgotten his sensations of satisfaction when Mrs. Waring had made her first call in Park Street on Francis Ferguson's wife. He left the room in such a state of absent-mindedness as actually to pass Mr. Parr in the corridor without speaking to him. The case of Wallace Plimpton was even worse. He had married the Gores, but he had sought to bind himself with hoops of steel to the Warings. He had always secretly admired that old Roman quality, which the Goodriches, their connection, shared, of holding fast to their coarse, unmindful, and rather scornful of influence which swayed their neighbours. The clan was sufficient unto itself, satisfied with a moderate prosperity and a continually increasing number of descendants. The name was unstained. Such are the strange incongruities in the hearts of men, that few realized the extent to which Wallace Plimpton had partaken of the general hero worship of Phil Goodrich. He had assiduously cultivated his regard, at times directly boasted of it, and yet had never been sure of it. And now fate, in the form of his master Eldon Parr, had ironically compelled him at one stroke to undo the work of years. As soon as the meeting broke up, he crossed the room. "I can't tell you how much I regret this, Phil," he said. "Charlotte has very strong convictions, you know, and so have I. You can understand, I am sure, how certain articles of belief might be necessary to one person and not to another." "Yes," said Phil, "I can understand. We needn't mention the articles, Wallace." And he turned his back. He never knew the pain he inflicted. Wallace Plimpton looked at the rector, who stood talking to Mr. Waring, and for the first time in his life recoiled from an overture. Something in the faces of both men warned him away. Even Everett Constable, as they went home in the cars together, was brief with him, and passed no comments when Mr. Plimpton recovered sufficiently to elaborate on the justification of their act, and upon the extraordinary stand taken by Phil Goodrich and Mr. Waring. "They might have told us what they were going to do," Everett Constable eyed him. "Would it have made any difference, Plimpton?" he demanded. After that they rode in silence until they came to a certain West End corner, where they both descended. Little Mr. Constable's sensations were if anything less enviable, and he had not Mr. Plimpton's recuperative powers. He had sold that night for a mess of pottage, the friendship and respect of 3 generations, and he had fought for pay against his own people. And lastly there was Langmaid, whose feelings almost defy analysis. He chose to walk through the still night the 4 miles that separated him from his home, and he went back over the years of his life until he found in the rubbish of the past a forgotten and tarnished jewel. The discovery pained him, for that jewel was the ideal he had carried away as a youth, from the old law school at the bottom of Hamilton Place, a gift from no less a man than the great lawyer and public-spirited citizen Judge Henry Goodrich, Philip Goodrich's grandfather, whose seated statue marked the entrance of the library. He, Nelson Langmaid, had gone forth from that school resolved to follow in the footsteps of that man, but somehow he missed the path. Somehow the jewel had lost its fire. There had come a tempting offer and a struggle, just one, a readjustment on the plea that the world had changed since the days of Judge Goodrich, whose uncompromising figure had begun to fade, an exciting discovery that he, Nelson Langmaid, possessed the gift of drawing up agreements which had the faculty of passing magically through the message of the statutes. Affluence had followed, and fame, and even the high office which the judge himself had held, the presidency of the State Bar Association. In all that time, one remark which he had tried to forget had cut him to the quick. Bedloe Hubbell had said on the political platform that Langmaid got $100,000 a year for keeping Eldon Parr out of jail. Once he stopped in the street, his mind suddenly going back to the action of the financier at the vestry meeting. "Confound him," he said aloud. "He has been a fool for once. I told him not to do it." He stood at last in the ample vestibule of his house, singling out his latchkey, when suddenly the door opened and his daughter Helen appeared. "Oh, Dad," she cried, "why are you so late? I've been watching for you. I know you've let Mr. Hodder stay." She gazed at him with widened eyes. "Don't tell me you've made him resign. I can't, I won't believe it." "He isn't going to resign, Helen," Langmaid replied in an odd voice. He refused to. End of section 29. Read by Tim Rowe in London, 2023. Section 30 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill, Chapter 25. Rise, crowned with light. The Church of St. John's, after a peaceful existence of so many years, had suddenly become the stage on which rapid and bewildering dramas were played. The storm centre of chaotic forces, hitherto unperceived, drawn from the atmosphere around her. For there had been more publicity, more advertising. The rector of St. John's will not talk. Such had been one headline. Neither would the vestry talk. And yet, despite all this secrecy, the whole story of the suspension of Hodder's salary was in print, and an editorial which was sent to him from a popular and sensational journal on tainted money, in which Hodder was held up to the public as a martyr because he refused any longer to accept for the church ill-gotten gains from consolidated tractions and the like. This had opened again the floodgates of the mails, and it seemed as though every person who had a real or fancied grievance against Eldon Parr had written him, nor did others of his congregation escape. The press of visitors at the parish house suddenly increased once more. Men and women came to pour into his ears an appalling series of confessions, wrongs which, like Garvin's, had engendered bitter hatreds, woes, temptations, bewilderments. Hodder strove to keep his feet, sought wisdom to deal patiently with all, though at times he was tried to the uttermost, and he held steadfastly before his mind the great thing, that they did come. It was what he had longed for, prayed for, despaired of. He was no longer crying in the empty wilderness, but at last in touch, in natural touch, with life in all its sorrow, its crudity and horror. He had contrived, by the grace of God, to make the connection for his church. That church might have been likened to a ship sailing out of the snug harbour in which she had lain so long to range herself gallantly beside those whom she had formerly beheld, with complacent cowardice, fighting her fight, young men and women enlisted under other banners than her own, doing their part in the battle of the 20th century for humanity. Her rector was her captain. It was he who had cut her cables, quelled for a time at least her mutineers, and sought to hearten those of her little crew who wavered, who shrank back appalled as they realized something of the immensity of the conflict in which her destiny was to be wrought out. To carry on the figure, Philip Goodrich might have been deemed her first officer. He at least was not appalled, but grimly conscious of the greatness of the task to which they had set their hands. The sudden transformation of conservative St. John's was no more amazing than that of the son of a family which had never been without influence in the community. But that influence had always been conservative, and Phil Goodrich had hitherto taken but a listless interest in the church of his fathers. Fortune had smiled upon him. Trusts had come to him unsought. He had inherited the family talent for the law, the freedom to practice when and where he chose. His love of active sport had led him into many vacations, when he tramped through marsh and thicket after game, and at 45 there was not an ounce of superfluous flesh on his hard body. In spite of his plain speaking, an overwhelming popularity at college had followed him to his native place, and no organization, sporting or serious, was formed in the city that the question was not asked, "What does Goodrich think about it?" His whole-souled enlistment in the cause of what was regarded as radical religion became, therefore, the subject of amazed comment in the many clubs he now neglected. The squabble in St. John's, as it was generally referred to, had been aired in the press, but such was the magic in a name made without conscious effort that Phil Goodrich's participation in the struggle had a palpably disarming effect. And there were not a few men who commonly spent their Sunday mornings behind plate-glass windows surrounded by newspapers, as well as some in the athletic club, whose contests Mr. Goodrich sometimes refereed, who went to St. John's out of curiosity and who waited afterwards for an interview with Phil or the rector. The remark of one of these was typical of others. He had never taken much stock in religion, but if Goodrich went in for it, he thought he'd go and look it over. Scarcely a day passed that Phil did not drop in at the parish house, and he set himself, with all the vigour of an unsquandered manhood, to help Hodder to solve the multitude of new problems by which they were beset. A free church was a magnificent ideal, but how was it to be carried on without an Eldon Parr, a Ferguson, a Constable, a Mrs. Larrabee, or a Gore, who would make up the deficit at the end of the year? Could weekly contributions on the envelope system be relied upon, provided the people continued to come and fill the pews of absent and outraged parishioners? The music was the most expensive in the city, although Mr. Taylor, the organist, had come to the rector and offered to cut his salary in half, and to leave that in abeyance until the finances could be adjusted. And his example had been followed by some of the high-paid men in the choir. Others had offered to sing without pay. And there were the expenses of the parish house, an alarming sum now Eldon Parr had withdrawn, the salaries of the assistants. Hodder, who had saved a certain sum in past years, would take nothing for the present. Asa Waring and Phil Goodrich borrowed on their own responsibility. Something of the overwhelming nature of the forces Hodder had summoned was visibly apparent on that first Sunday after what many had called his apostasy. Instead of the orderly, sprucely dressed groups of people which were wont to linger in greetings before the doors of St. John's, a motley crowd thronged the pavement and streamed into the church, pressing up the aisles and invading the sacred precincts where decorous parishioners had for so many years knelt in comfort and seclusion. The familiar figure of Gordon Atterbury was nowhere to be seen, and the Atterbury pew was occupied by shop-girls in Gandhi hats. Eldon Parr's pew was filled, Everett Constable's, Wallace Plimpton's, and the ushers who had hastily been mustered were awe-stricken and powerless. Such a resistless invasion by the hordes of the unknown might well have struck with terror some of those who hitherto had had the courage to stand up loyally in the rector's support. It had a distinct flavour of revolution, contained for some a grim suggestion of a time when that vague, irresponsible and restless monster, the mob, would rise in its might and brutality and inexorably take possession of all property. Alison had met Eleanor Goodrich in Burton Street, and as the two made their way into the crowded vestibule they encountered Martha Preston, whose husband was Alison's cousin, in the act of flight. "You're not going in?" she exclaimed. "Of course we are." Mrs. Preston stared at Alison in amazement. "I didn't know you were still here," she said, irrelevantly. "I'm pretty liberal, my dear, as you know, but this is more than I can stand. Look at them." She drew up her skirts as a woman brushed against her. "I believe in the poor coming to church and all that, but this is mere vulgar curiosity, the result of all that odious advertising in the newspapers. My pew is filled with them. If I had stayed, I should have fainted. I don't know what to think of Mr. Hodder." "Mr. Hodder is not to blame for the newspapers," replied Alison warmly. She glanced around her at the people pushing past, her eyes shining, her colour high, and there was the ring of passion in her voice, which had on Martha Preston a peculiarly disquieting effect. "I think it's splendid that they are here at all. I don't care what brought them." Mrs. Preston stared again. She was a pretty, intelligent woman, at whose dinner table one was sure to hear the discussion of some modern problem. She believed herself to be a socialist. Her eyes sought Eleanor Goodrich's, who stood by, alight with excitement. "But surely you, Eleanor, you're not going in? You'll never be able to stand it, even if you find a seat. The few people we know who've come are leaving. I just saw the Allan Pendletons." "Have you seen Phil?" Eleanor asked. "Oh yes, he's in there, and even he's helpless. And as I came out, poor Mr. Bradley was jammed up against the wall. He seemed perfectly stunned." At this moment they were thrust apart. Eleanor quivered as she was carried through the swinging doors into the church. "I think you're right," she whispered to Alison. "It is splendid. There's something about it that takes hold of one, that carries one away. It makes me wonder how it can be guided, what will come of it." They caught sight of Phil pushing his way towards them, and his face bore the set look of belligerency which Eleanor knew so well, but he returned her smile. Alison's heart warmed towards him. "What do you think of this?" he demanded. "Most of our respectful friends who dared to come have left in a towering rage to institute lawsuits, probably. At any rate, strangers are not being made to wait until 10 minutes after the service begins. That's one barbarous custom abolished. Strangers seem to have taken matters in their own hands for once." Eleanor smiled. "We've made up our minds to stay, Phil, even if we have to stand." "That's the right spirit," declared her husband, glancing at Alison, who remained silent, with approval and by no means a concealed surprise. "I think I know of a place where I can squeeze you in near Professor Bridges and Sally on the side aisle." "Are George and Sally here?" Eleanor exclaimed. "Mr. Hodder," said Phil, "is converting the heathen. You couldn't have kept George away, and it was George who made Sally stay." Presently they found themselves established between a raw-boned young working man who smelled strongly of soap, whose hair was plastered tightly against his forehead, and a young woman who leaned against the wall. The black in which she was dressed enhanced the whiteness and weariness of her face, and she sat gazing ahead of her, apparently unconscious of those who surrounded her, her hands tightly folded in her lap. In their immediate vicinity indeed might have been found all the variety of type seen in the ordinary streetcar, and in truth there were some who seemed scarcely to realize they were not in a public vehicle. An elaborately dressed female in front of them, whose expansive hat brushed her neighbors, made audible comments to a stout man with a red neck, which was set in a crease above his low collar. "They tell me Eldon Parr's pew has a gold plate on it. I wish I knew which it was. It ain't this one anyway, I'll bet." "Say, they march in this kind of church, don't they?" someone said behind them. Eleanor, with her lips tightly pressed, opened her prayer book. Alison's lips were slightly parted as she gazed about her across the aisle. Her experience of the Sunday before, deep and tense as it had been, seemed as nothing compared to this. The presence of all these people stimulated her inexpressibly, fired her, and she felt the blood passing through her body as she contrasted this gathering with the dignified, scattered congregation she had known. She scarcely recognized the church itself. She speculated on the homes from which these had come, and the motives which had brought them. For a second the perfume of the woman in front, mingling with other less definable odors, almost sickened her, evoking suggestions of tawdry, trivial, vulgar lives fed on sensation and excitement. But the feeling was almost immediately swept away by a renewed sense of the bigness of the thing which she beheld, of which indeed she was a part, and her thoughts turned more definitely to the man who had brought it all about. Could he control it? Subdue it? Here was opportunity suddenly upon him like a huge, curving, ponderous wave. Could he ride it, or would it crush him remorselessly? Sensitive, alert, quickened as she was, she began to be aware of other values, of the intense spiritual hunger in the eyes of the woman in black, the yearning of barren, hopeless existences. And here and there Alison's look fell upon more prosperous individuals whose expressions proclaimed incredulity, a certain cynical amusement at the spectacle. Others seemed uneasy, as having got more than they had bargained for, deliberating whether to flee, and then, just as her suspense was becoming almost unbearable, the service began. How it had been accomplished, the thing she later felt, was beyond the range of intellectual analysis, nor could she have told how much later, since the passage of time had gone unnoticed. Curiosities, doubts, passions, longings, antagonisms, all these seemed, as the most natural thing in the world, to have been fused into one common but ineffable emotion. Such, at least, was the impression to which Alison startlingly awoke. All the while she had been conscious of Hodder from the moment she had heard his voice in the chancel, but somehow this consciousness of him had melted imperceptibly into that of the great congregation, once divided against itself, which had now achieved unity of soul. The mystery as to how this had been effected was the more elusive when she considered the absence of all methods which might have been deemed revivalistic. Few of those around her evinced a familiarity with the historic service, and then occurred to her his explanation of personality as the medium by which all truth is revealed, by which the current of religion, the motive power in all history, is transmitted. Surely this was the explanation, if it might be called one, that tingling sense of a pervading spirit which was his, and yet not his. He was the incandescent medium, and yet, paradoxically, gained in identity and individuality, and was inseparable from the thing itself. She could not see him. A pillar hid the chancel from her view. The service, to which she had objected as archaic, became subordinate, spiritualized, dominated by the personality. Hodder had departed from the usual custom by giving out the page of the Psalter and the verses. The throbbing responses which arose from every corner of the church assumed a new significance. The vision of the ancient seer revived. One verse he read resounded with prophecy. Thou shalt deliver me from the strivings of the people, and thou shalt make me the head of the heathen. And the reply, a people whom I have not known shall serve me. The working man next to Alison had no prayer book. She thrust her own into his hand, and they read from it together. When they came to the second hymn, the woman in front of her had wonderfully shed her vulgarity. Her voice, a really good one, poured itself out. See a long race thy spacious courts adorn, see future sons and daughters yet unborn, in crowding ranks on every side arise, demanding life, impatient for the skies. Once Alison would have been critical of the words. She was beyond that now. What did it matter if the essential thing were present? The sermon was a surprise, and those who had come for excitement, for the sensation of hearing a denunciation of a class they envied and therefore hated, and nevertheless strove to imitate, were themselves rebuked. Were not their standards the same? And if the standard were false, it followed inevitably that the life was false also. Hodder fairly startled these out of their preconceived notions of Christianity, let them shake out of their minds everything they had thought it to mean. Church-going, acceptance of creed and dogma, contributive charity, withdrawal from the world, rites and ceremonies. It was none of these. The motive in the world today was the acquisition of property. The motive of Christianity was absolutely and uncompromisingly opposed to this. Shock their practical sense as it might, Christianity looked forward with steadfast faith to a time when the incentive to amass property would be done away with, since it was a source of evil and a curse to mankind. If they would be Christians, let them face that. Let them enter into life, into the struggles going on around them today against greed, corruption, slavery, poverty, vice, and crime. Let them protest, let them fight, even as Jesus Christ had fought and protested, for as sure as they sat there, the day would come when they would be called to account, would be asked the question, what had they done to make the United States of America a better place to live in? There were, in the apostolic writings and tradition, misinterpretations of life which had done much harm. Early Christianity had kept its eyes fixed on another world, and had ignored this, had overlooked the fact that every man and woman was put here to do a particular work. But Christ had preached democracy, responsibility, had foreseen a millennium, the fulfillment of his kingdom, when all men, inspired by the Spirit, would make and keep in spirit the ordinances of God. Before they could do God's work and man's work, they must first be awakened, filled with desire. Desire was power. And he prayed that some of them on this day would receive that desire, that power which nothing could resist, which was limitless and eternal, filled with dazzling light. Let them have faith then, not credulity in a vague God they could not imagine, but faith in the Spirit of the universe, humanity, in Jesus Christ, who had been the complete human revelation of that Spirit, who had suffered and died that man might not live in ignorance of it. To doubt humanity, such was the great refusal, the sin against the Holy Ghost, the repudiation of the only true God. After a pause he spoke simply of his hope for St. John's. If he remained here, his ambition was that it would be the free temple of humanity, of Jesus Christ, supported not by a few but by all, each in accordance with his means. Of those who could afford nothing, nothing would be required. Perhaps this did not sound practical, nor would it be so if the transforming inspiration failed. He could only trust and try, hold up to them the vision of the church as a community of willing workers for the kingdom. After the service was over, the people lingered in the church, standing in the pews and aisles, as though loath to leave. The woman with the perfume and the elaborate hat was heard to utter a succinct remark. "Say, Charlie, I guess he's all right. I never had it put like that." The thick-necked man's reply was inaudible. Eleanor Goodrich was silent and a little pale as she pressed close to Alison. Her imagination had been stretched, as it were, and she was still held in awe by the vastness of what she had heard and seen, vaster even than ever, so it appeared now, demanding greater sacrifices than she had dreamed of. She looked back upon the old, as at receding shores. Alison, with absorbed fascination, watched the people, and counted here and there recognitions from men and women with whom she had once danced and dined in what now seemed a previous existence. Why had they come, and how had they received the message? She ran into a little man, a dealer in artist's supplies, who once had sold her paints and brushes, who stared and bowed uncertainly. She surprised him by taking his hand. "Did you like it?" she asked impulsively. "It's what I've been thinking for years, Miss Parr," he responded. "Thinking and feeling, but I never knew it was Christianity, and I never thought—" He stopped and looked at her alarmed. "Oh," she said, "I believe in it too, or try to." She left him, mentally gasping. Without, on the sidewalk, Eleanor Goodrich was engaged in conversation with a stockily built man, inclined to stoutness. He had a brown face and a clipped, bristly moustache. Alison paused involuntarily and saw him start and hesitate as his clear, direct gaze met her own. Bedloe Hubble was one of those who had once sought to marry her. She recalled him as an amiable and aimless boy, and after she had gone east, she had received with incredulity and then with amusement the news of his venture into altruistic politics. It was his efficiency she had doubted, not his sincerity. Later tidings, contemptuous and eventually irritable utterances of her own father, together with accounts in the New York newspapers of his campaign, had convinced her, in spite of herself, that Bedloe Hubble had actually shaken the seats of power. And somehow, as she now took him in, he looked it. His transformation was one of the signs, one of the mysteries of the times. The ridicule and abuse of the press, the opposition and enmity of his childhood friends, had developed the man of force she now beheld, and who came forward to greet her. "Alison!" he exclaimed. He had changed in one sense and not in another. Her colour deepened as the sound of his voice brought back the lapsed memories of the old intimacy, for she had been kind to him, kinder than to any other, and the news of his marriage to a woman from the Pacific coast had actually induced in her certain longings and regrets. When the cards had reached her, New York and the excitement of the life into which she had been weakly, if somewhat unwittingly drawn, had already begun to pall. "I'm so glad to see you," she told him. "I've heard so many things, and I'm very much in sympathy with what you're doing." They crossed the street and walked away from the church together. She had surprised him and made him uncomfortable. "You've been away so long," he managed to say. "Perhaps you do not realize—" "Oh, yes, I do," she interrupted. "I'm on the other side, on your side. I thought of writing to you when you so nearly won last autumn." "You see it too?" he exclaimed. "Yes, I've changed too. Not so much as you," she added shyly. "I always had a certain sympathy, with the Robin Hoods." He laughed at her designation, both pleased and taken aback by her praise, but he wondered if she knew the extent of his criticism of her father. "The rector is a wonderful man," he broke out irrelevantly. "I can't get over him. I can't quite grasp the fact that he exists, that he has dared to do what he has done." This brought her colour back, but she faced him bravely. "You think he is wonderful, then?" "Don't you?" he demanded. She assented. "But I am curious to know why you do. Somehow I never thought of you—" "As religious?" he supplied. "And you, if I remember rightly." "Yes," she interrupted. "I revolted too, but Mr. Hodder puts it so, it makes me wonder." "He has not only made me wonder," declared Bedloe Hubble emphatically. "I never knew what religion was until I heard this man last Sunday." "Last Sunday?" "Until then, I hadn't been inside of a church for 15 years except to get married. My wife takes the children occasionally to a Presbyterian church near us." "And why did you go then?" she asked. "I'm a little ashamed of my motive," he confessed. "There were rumors. I don't pretend to know how they got about." He hesitated, once more aware of delicate ground. Wallace Plimpton said something to a man who told me. I believe I went out of sheer curiosity to hear what Hodder would have to say, and then I had been reading, wondering whether there were anything in Christianity after all. Yes, she said, careless now as to what cause he might attribute her eagerness. And he gave you something? It was then she grasped the truth that this sudden renewed intimacy was the result of the impression Hodder had left upon the minds of both. He gave me everything, Bedloe Hubble replied. I am willing to acknowledge it freely. In his explanation of the parable of the prodigal son, he gave me the clue to our modern times. What was for me an inextricable puzzle has become clear as day. He has made me understand at last the force which stirred me, which goaded me until I was fairly compelled to embark in the movement, which the majority of our citizens still continue to regard as quixotic. I did not identify that force with religion then, and when I look back on the first crazy campaign we embarked upon, with the whole city laughing at me and at the obscure and impractical personnel we had, there were moments when it seemed incomprehensible folly. I had nothing to gain and everything to lose by such a venture. I was lazy and easy-going, as you know. I belonged to the privileged class. I had sufficient money to live in comparative luxury all my days. I had no grudge against these men whom I had known all my life. But it must have had some beginning, said Allison. I was urged to run for the city council by these very men. Bedloe Hubble smiled at the recollection. They accuse me now of having indulged once in the same practice for which I am condemning them. Our company did accept rebates, and we sought favors from the city government. I have confessed it freely on the platform. Even during my first months in the council, what may be called the old political practices seemed natural to me. But gradually the iniquity of it all began to dawn on me, and then I couldn't rest until I'd done something towards stopping it. At length I began to see, he continued, that education of the masses was to be our only preserver, that we should have to sink or swim by that. I began to see dimly that this was true for other movements going on today. Now comes Hodder with what I sincerely believe is the key. He compels men like me to recognize that our movements are not merely moral but religious. Religion is yet unidentified as the force behind these portentous stirrings of politics in our country, from sea to sea. He aims not to bring the church into politics, but to make her the feeder of these movements. Men join them today from all motives, but the religious is the only one to which they may safely be trusted. He has rescued the jewel from the dust heap of traditions and holds it up, shining before our eyes. Allison looked to her companion. That, she said, is a very beautiful phrase. Bedloe Hubble smiled queerly. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I can't usually talk about it. But the sight of that congregation this morning, mixed as it was, and the way he managed to weld it together. Ah, you noticed that, she exclaimed sharply. Noticed it? I know, it was a question of feeling it. There was a silence. Will he succeed? She asked presently. Ah, said Bedloe Hubble, how is it possible to predict it? The forces against him are tremendous, and it is usually the pioneer who suffers. I agree absolutely with his definition of faith. I have it, and the work he has done already can never be undone. The time is ripe, and it is something that he has men like Phil Goodrich behind him and Mr. Warren. I'm going to enlist, and from now on I intend to get every man and woman upon whom I have any influence whatever to go to that church. A little later, Allison, marveling, left him. End of chapter 25. Read by Tim Rowe in London, 2023. Section 31 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 26. The Current of Life. The year when Hodder had gone east to Bremerton and Bar Harbour, he had read in the Trainer magazine article which had set fire to his imagination. It had to do with the lives of the men, the engineers who dared to deal with the wild and terrible power of the western hills, who harnessed and conquered roaring rivers and sent the power hundreds of miles over the wilderness by flimsy wires to turn the wheels of industry and light the dark places of the cities. And like all men who came into touch with elemental mysteries, they had their moments of pure ecstasy, gaining a tingling, intenser life from the contact with dynamic things, and other moments when, in their struggle for mastery, they were buffeted about, scorched, and almost overwhelmed. In these days the remembrance of that article came back to Hodder. It was as though he too was seeking to deflect and guide a force, the force of forces. He too was buffeted, scorched, and bruised at periods scarce given time to recover himself in the onward rush he himself had started, and which he sought to control. Problems arose which demanded the quick thinking of emergency. He too had his moments of reward, the reward of the man who is in touch with reality. He lived from day to day in a bewildering succession of encouragements and trials, all unprecedented. If he remained at St. John's, an entire new organization would be necessary. He did not as yet see it clearly, and in the meantime, with his vestry alienated, awaiting the bishop's decision, he could make no definite plans, even if he had the leisure. Wholesale desertions had occurred in the guilds and societies, the activities of which had almost ceased. Little Tomkinson, the second assistant, had resigned, and MacRae, who worked harder than ever before, was already marked, Hodder knew, for dismissal if he himself were defeated. And then there was the ever-present question of money. It remained to be seen whether a system of voluntary offerings were practicable, for Hodder had made some inquiries into the so-called free churches, only to discover that there were benefactors behind them, benefactors the Christianity of whose lives was often doubtful. One morning he received in the mail the long-expected note from the bishop, making an appointment for the next day. Hodder, as he read it over again, smiled to himself. He could gather nothing of the mind of the writer from the contents. The piece of news which came to him on the same morning swept completely the contemplations of the approaching interview from his mind. Sally Grover stopped in at the parish house on her way to business. "Kate Marcy's gone," she announced in her abrupt fashion. "Gone?" he exclaimed, and stared at her in dismay. "Gone where?" "That's just it," said Miss Grover. "I wish I knew. I reckon we got into the habit of trusting her too much, but it seemed the only way. She wasn't in her room last night, but Ella Finley didn't find it out until this morning, and she ran over scared to death to tell us about it." Involuntarily the rector reached for his hat. "I sent out word among our friends in Dalton Street," Sally continued. An earthquake could not have disturbed her outer matter-of-fact calmness, but Hodder was not deceived. He knew that she was as profoundly grieved and discouraged as himself. "And I've got old Gratz, the cabinet maker, on the job. If she's in Dalton Street, he'll find her." "But what—" Hodder began. Sally threw up her hands. "You never can tell with that kind, but it sticks in my mind she's done something foolish." "Foolish?" Sally twitched nervously. "Somehow I don't think it's a spree. But as I say, you can't tell. She's full of impulses. You remember how she frightened us once before when she went off and stayed all night with the woman she used to know in the flat house, when she heard she was sick?" Hodder nodded. "You've inquired there?" "That woman went to the hospital, you know. She may be with another one. If she is, Gratz ought to find her. You know, there was a time, Mr. Hodder, when I didn't have much hope that we'd pull her through. But we got hold of her through her feelings. She'd do anything for Mr. Bentley. She'd do anything for you. And the way she stuck to that embroidery was fine. I don't say she was cured, but whenever she'd feel one of those fits coming on, she'd let us know about it and we'd watch her. I never saw one of that kind change so. Why, she must be almost as good-looking now as she ever was." "You don't think she has done anything desperate?" asked Hodder slowly. Sally comprehended. "Well, somehow I don't. She used to say if she ever got drunk again, she'd never come back. But she didn't have any money. She's given Mr. Bentley every cent of it, and we didn't have any warning. She was as cheerful as could be yesterday morning, Mrs. McQuillan says." "It might not do any harm to notify the police," replied Hodder, rising. "I'll go around to headquarters now." He was glad of the excuse for action. He could not have sat still, and as he walked rapidly across Burton Street, he realized with a pang how much his heart had been set on Kate Marcy's redemption. In spite of the fact that every moment of his time during the past fortnight had been absorbed by the cares, responsibilities, and trials thrust upon him, he reproached himself for not having gone oftener to Dalton Street. And yet if Mr. Bentley and Sally Grover had been unable to foresee and prevent this, what could he have done? At police headquarters he got no news. The chief received him deferentially, sympathetically, took down Kate Marcy's description, went so far as to remark sagely that too much mustn't be expected of these women, and said he would notify the rector if she were found. The chief knew and admired Mr. Bentley and declared he was glad to meet Mr. Hodder. Hodder left, too preoccupied to draw any significance from the nature of his welcome. He went at once to Mr. Bentley's. The old gentleman was inclined to be hopeful, to take Sally Grover's view of the matter. He trusted, he said, Sally's instinct, and Hodder came away less uneasy, not a little comforted by a communion which never failed to fortify him, to make him marvel at the calmness of that world in which his friend lived, a calmness from which no vicarious sorrow was excluded. And before Hodder left, Mr. Bentley had drawn from him some account of the more recent complexities at the church. The very pressure of his hand seemed to impart courage. "You won't stay and have dinner with me?" The rector regretfully declined. "I hear the bishop has returned," said Mr. Bentley, smiling. Hodder was surprised. He had never heard Mr. Bentley speak of the bishop. Of course he must know him. "I have my talk with him tomorrow." Mr. Bentley said nothing, but pressed his hand again. On Tower Street, from the direction of the church, he beheld a young man and a young woman approaching him, absorbed in conversation. Even at a distance both seemed familiar, and presently he identified the lithe and dainty figure in the blue dress as that of the daughter of his vestryman, Francis Ferguson. Presently she turned her face alight with animation from her companion and recognized him. "It's Mr. Hodder!" she exclaimed, and was suddenly overtaken with a crimson shyness. The young man seemed equally embarrassed as they stood facing the rector. "I'm afraid you don't remember me, Mr. Hodder," he said. "I met you at Mr. Ferguson's last spring." Then it came to him. This was the young man who had made the faux pas which had caused Mrs. Ferguson so much consternation, and who had so manfully apologized afterwards. His puzzled expression relaxed into a smile, and he took the young man's hand. "I was going to write to you," said Nan, as she looked up at the rector from under the wide brim of her hat. "Our engagement is to be announced Wednesday." Hodder congratulated them. There was a brief silence, when Nan said tremulously, "We're coming to St. John's." "I'm very glad," Hodder replied gravely. It was one of those compensating moments for him when his tribulations vanished and the tributes of the younger generation were those to which his heart most freely responded. But the situation, in view of the attitude of Francis Ferguson, was too delicate to be dwelt upon. "I came to hear you last Sunday, Mr. Hodder," the young man volunteered, with that mixture of awkwardness and straightforwardness which often characterized his sex and age in referring to such matters. "And I had the idea of writing you two to tell you how much I liked what you said. But I know you must have had many letters. You made me think." He flushed, but met the rector's eye. Nan stood regarding him with pride. "You made me think, too," she added. "And we intend to pitch in and help you if we can be of any use." He parted from them wondering, and it was not until he had reached the parish house that it occurred to him that he was as yet unenlightened as to the young man's name. His second reflection brought back to his mind Kate Marcy, for it was with a portion of Nan Ferguson's generous cheque that her board had been paid, and he recalled the girl's hope, as she had given it to him, that he would find someone in Dalton Street to help. There might, to the mundane eye, have been an element of the ridiculous in the spectacle of the rector of St. John's counting his gains, since he had chosen, with every indication of insanity, to bring the pillars of his career crashing down on his own head. By no means the least, however, of the treasures flung into his lap was the tie which now bound him to the Philip Goodriches, which otherwise would never have been possible. And as he made his way thither on this particular evening, a renewed sense came upon him of his emancipation from the dreary, useless hours he had been wont to spend at other dinner tables. That existence appeared to him now as the glittering, feverish unreality of a nightmare filled with restless women and tired men who drank champagne, thus gradually achieving, by the time cigars were reached, an artificial vivacity. The caprice and superficiality of the one sex, the inability to dwell upon or even penetrate a serious subject, the blindness to what was going on around them, the materialism, the money standard of both, were nauseating in the retrospect. How indeed had life once appeared so distorted to him, a professed servant of humanity, as to lead him in the name of duty into that galley? Such was the burden of his thought when the home-like front of the Goodrich house greeted him in the darkness, its unshrouded windows gleaming with friendly light. As the door opened, the merry sound of children's laughter floated down the stairs, and it seemed to Hodder as though a curse had been lifted. The lintel of this house had been marked for salvation. The scourge had passed it by, the scourge of social striving which lay like a blight on a free people. Within, the note of gentility, of that instinctive good taste to which many greater mansions aspired in vain, was sustained. The furniture, the pictures, the walls and carpets were true expressions of the individuality of the master and mistress, of the unity of the life lived together. And the rector smiled as he detected in a corner of the hall a sturdy but diminutive hobby-horse, here the final harmonious touch. There was the sound of a scuffle, treble shrieks of ecstasy from above, and Eleanor Goodrich came out to welcome him. "It's Phil," she told him in laughing despair. "He upsets all my discipline and gets them so excited they don't go to sleep for hours." Seated in front of the fire in the drawing-room, he found Alison Parr. Her coolness, her radiancy, her complete acceptance of the situation, all this and more he felt from the moment he touched her hand and looked into her face, and never had she so distinctly represented to him the mysterious essence of fate. Why should she have made the fourth of this intimate gathering? Whether or not she was or had been an especial friend of Eleanor Goodrich she did not know. There was no explanation. A bowl of superb chrysanthemums occupied the centre of the table. Eleanor lifted them off and placed them on the sideboard. "I've got used to looking at Phil," she explained, "and craning is so painful." The effect at first was to increase the intensity of the intimacy. There was no reason, he told himself, why Alison's self-possession should have been disturbed, and as he glanced at her from time to time he perceived that it was not. So completely was she mistress of herself that presently he felt a certain faint resentment rising within him, yet he asked himself why she should not have been. It was curious that his imagination would not rise now to a realization of that intercourse on which at times his fancy had dwelt with such vividness. The very interest, the eagerness with which she took part in their discussions seemed to him in the nature of an emphatic repudiation of any ties to him which might have been binding. All this was only on Hodder's part to be aware of the startling discovery as to how strong his sense of possession had been, and how irrational, how unwarranted. For he had believed himself, as regarding her, to have made the supreme renunciation of his life, and the very fact that he had not consulted, could not consult her feelings and her attitude made that renunciation no less difficult. All effort, all attempt at achievement of the only woman for whom he had ever felt the sublime harmony of desire, the harmony of the mind and the flesh, was cut off. To be here, facing her again in such close proximity, was at once a pleasure and a torture. And gradually he found himself yielding to the pleasure, to the illusion of permanency created by her presence. And, when all was said, he had as much to be grateful for as he could reasonably have wished. Yes, and more. The bond, there was a bond after all, which united them, was unbreakable. They had forged it together. The future would take care of itself. The range of the conversation upon which they at length embarked was a tacit acknowledgment of a relationship which now united four persons who 6 months before would have believed themselves to have had nothing in common. And it was characteristic of the new interest that it transcended the limits of the parish of St. John's, touched upon the greater affairs to which that parish, if their protest prevailed, would now be dedicated. Not that the church was at once mentioned, but subtly implied as now enlisted, and emancipated henceforth from all ecclesiastical narrowness. The amazing thing by which Hodder was suddenly struck was the naturalness with which Alison seemed to fit into the new scheme. It was as though she intended to remain there, and had abandoned all intention of returning to the life which apparently she had once permanently and definitely chosen. Bedloe Hubbell's campaign was another topic, and Phil had observed, with the earnestness which marked his more serious statements, that it wouldn't surprise him if young Carter, Hubbell's candidate for mayor, overturned that autumn the Beatty machine. "Oh, do you think so?" Alison exclaimed with exhilaration. "They're frightened and out of breath," said Phil. "They had no idea that Bedloe would stick after they had licked him in 3 campaigns. 2 years ago they tried to buy him off by offering to send to the Senate, and Wallace Plimpton has never got through his head to this day why he refused." Mr. Plimpton's head, Eleanor declared dryly, was impervious to a certain kind of idea. "I wonder if you know, Mr. Hodder, what an admirer Mr. Hubbell is of yours?" Alison asked. "He is most anxious to have a talk with you." Hodder did not know. "Well," said Phil enthusiastically to the rector, "that's the best tribute you've had yet. I can't say that Bedloe was a more unregenerate heathen than I was, but he was pretty bad." This led them, all save Hodder, into comments on the character of the congregation the Sunday before, in the midst of which the rector was called away to the telephone. Sally Grover had promised to let him know whether or not they had found Kate Marcy, and his face was grave when he returned. He was still preoccupied an hour later when Alison arose to go. "But your carriage isn't here," said Phil, going to the window.
"Oh, I prefer to walk," she told him. "It isn't far."
A blood-red October moon shed the fullness of its light on the silent houses, and the trees, still clinging to leaf, cast black shadows across the lawns and deserted streets. The very echoes of their footsteps on the pavement seemed to enhance the unreality of their surroundings. Some of the residences were already closed for the night, although the hour was not late, and the glow behind the blinds of the others was nullified by the radiancy from above. To Hodder, the sense of their isolation had never been more complete. Alison, while repudiating the notion that an escort were needed in a neighbourhood of such propriety and peace, had not refused his offer to accompany her, and Hodder felt instinctively, as he took his place beside her, a sense of climax. This situation, like those of the past, was not of his own making. It was here confronting him, and a certain inevitable intoxication at being once more alone with her prevented him from forming any policy with which to deal with it. He might either trust himself, or else he might not. And as she said, the distance was not great. But he could not help wondering, during those first moments of silence, whether she comprehended the strength of the temptation to which she subjected him. The night was warm. She wore a coat which was open, and from time to time he caught the gleam of the moonlight on the knotted pearls at her throat. Over her head she had flung mantilla-like a black lace scarf, the effect of which was, in the soft luminosity encircling her, to add to the quality of mystery never exhausted. If by acquiescing in his company she had owned to a tie between them, the lace shawl falling over the coils of her dark hair and framing in its folds her face had somehow made her once more a stranger. Nor was it until she presently looked up into his face with a smile that this impression was, if not at once wholly dissipated, at least contradicted. Her question indeed was intimate. "Why did you come back with me?" "Why?" he repeated, taken aback.
"Yes, I'm sure you have something you wish to do, something which particularly worries you."
"No," he answered, appraising her intuition of him. "There is nothing I can do tonight. A young woman in whom Miss Bentley is interested, in whom I am interested, has disappeared. But we have taken all the steps possible towards finding her."
"It was nothing more serious, then? That, of course, is serious enough. Nothing, I mean, directly affecting your prospects of remaining where you are?"
"No," he answered. He rejoiced fiercely that she should have asked him. The question was not bold, but a natural resumption of the old footing. "Not that I mean to imply," he added, returning her smile, "that those prospects are in any way improved."
"Are they any worse?"
she said. "I see the bishop tomorrow. I have no idea what position he will take. But even if he should decide not to recommend me for trial, many difficult problems still remain to be solved."
"I know, it's fine," she continued after a moment. "The way you were going ahead as if there were no question of your not remaining, and getting all those people into the church and influencing them as you did when they had come for all sorts of reasons. Do you remember the first time I met you? I told you I could not think of you as a clergyman. I cannot now, less than ever."
"What do you think of me as?" he asked.
"I don't know," she considered. "You are unlike any person I have ever known. It is curious that I cannot now even think of St. John's as a church. You have transformed it into something that seems new. I'm afraid I can't describe what I mean, but you have opened it up, let in the fresh air, ridding it of the musty and deadening atmosphere which I've always associated with churches. I wanted to see you before I went away," she went on steadily, "and when Eleanor mentioned that you were coming to her house tonight, I asked her to invite me. Do you think me shameless?"
The emphasis of his gesture was sufficient. He could not trust himself to speak.
"Writing seemed so unsatisfactory after what you had done for me, and I never can express myself in writing. I seem to congeal."
"After what I have done for you?" he exclaimed. "What can I have done?"
"You've done more than you know," she answered in a low voice. "More, I think, than I know. How are such things to be measured, put into words? You have effected some change in me which defies analysis, a change of attitude. To attempt to dogmatize it would ruin it. I prefer to leave it undefined, not even to call it an acquisition of faith. I have faith," she said simply, "in what you have become, and which has made you dare superbly to cast everything away. Is that more than anything you've said? what you are."
For the instant he lost control of himself. "What you are," he replied. "Do you realize, can you ever realize what your faith in me has been to me?" She appeared to ignore this.
"I did not mean to say that you have not made many things clear, which once were obscure as I wrote you. You have convinced me that true belief, for instance, is the hardest thing in the world. The denial of practically all these people who profess to believe represent. The majority of them insist that humanity is not to be trusted."
They had reached, in an incredibly brief time, the corner of Park Street. "When are you leaving?" he asked, in a voice that sounded harsh in his own ears.
"Come," she said gently. "I'm not going in yet for a while."
The park lay before them, an empty garden filled with checkered light and shadows under the moon. He followed her across the gravel, glistening with dew, past the statue of the mute statesman with arm upraised, into pastoral stretches, a delectable country which was theirs alone. He did not take it in, save as one expression of the breathing woman at his side. He was but partly conscious of a direction he had not chosen. His blood throbbed violently, and a feeling of actual physical faintness was upon him. He was being led, helplessly, all volition gone, and the very idea of resistance became chimerical. There was a seat under a tree beside a still lake, burnished by the moon. It seemed as though he could not bear the current of her touch, and yet the thought of its removal were less bearable. For she had put her own hand out, not shyly, but with a movement so fraught with grace, so natural that it was but the crowning bestowal. "Alison," he cried, "I can't ask it of you. I have no right."
"You're not asking it," she answered. "It is I who am asking it."
"But I have no future. I may be an outcast tomorrow. I have nothing to offer you." He spoke more firmly now, more commandingly.
"Don't you see, dear, that it is just because your future is obscure that I can do this? You never would have done it, I know, and I couldn't face that. Don't you understand that I am demanding the great sacrifice?"
"Sacrifice," he repeated, his fingers turned and closed convulsively on hers.
"Yes, sacrifice," she said gently. "Isn't it the braver thing?"
Still he failed to catch her meaning.
"Braver," she explained with her wonderful courage. "Braver if I love you, if I need you, if I cannot do without you."
He took her in his arms, crushing her to him in his strength, in one ineffable brief moment finding her lips, inhaling the faint perfume of her smooth skin. Her lithe figure lay passively against him in marvelous, unbelievable surrender. "I see what you mean," he said at length. "I should have been a coward, but I could not be sure that you loved me." So near was her face that he could detect, even under the obscurity of the branches, a smile.
"And so I was reduced to this. I threw my pride to the winds," she whispered. "But I don't care. I was determined selfishly to take happiness."
"And to give it," he added, bending her down. The supreme quality of its essence was still to be doubted, a bright stardust which dazzled him to evaporate before his waking eyes, and try as he would, he could not realize to the full depth the joy of contact with the being whom, by discipline, he had trained his mind to look upon as the unattainable. They had spoken of the future, yet in these moments any consideration of it was blotted out. It was only by degrees that he collected himself sufficiently to be able to return to it. Alison took up the thread.
"Surely," she said, "sacrifice is useless unless it means something, unless it be a realization. It must be discriminating. And we should have both of us have remained incomplete if we had not taken this. You would always, I think, have been the one man for me, but we should have lost touch."
He felt her tremble.
"And I needed you. I've needed you all my life, one in whom I might have absolute faith. That is my faith, of which I could not tell you a while ago. Is it sacrilegious?"
She looked up at him. He shook his head, thinking of his own. It seemed the very distillation of the divine.
"All my life," she went on, "I've been waiting for the one who would risk everything. Oh, if you had faltered the least little bit, I don't know what I should have done. That would have destroyed what was left of me, put out, I think, the flickering fire that remained instead of fanning it into flame. You cannot know how I watched you, how I prayed. I think it was prayer, I'm sure it was. And it was because you did not falter, because you risked all, that you gained me. You have gained only what you yourself made, more than I ever was, more than I ever expected to be."
"Alison," he remonstrated, "you mustn't say that." She straightened up and gazed at him, taking one of his hands in her lithe fingers.
"Oh, but I must. It is the truth. I felt that you cared. Women are surer in such matters than men. I must conceal nothing from you, nothing of my craftiness. Women are crafty, you know. And suppose you fail. I don't mean failure. You cannot fail now. You've put yourself forever beyond failure. But what I mean is, suppose you were compelled to leave St. John's, and I came to you then as I have come now, and begged to take my place beside you. I was afraid to risk it. I was afraid you would not take me, even now, tonight. Do you realize how austere you are at times, how you frighten me?" To this cry every fibre of his soul responded. He had thought himself in these minutes to have known all feelings, all thrills, but now as he gathered her to him again, he was to know still another, the most exquisite of all, that it was conferred upon him to give this woman protection, to shield and lift her, inspire her as she inspired him. This consciousness was the most exquisite of all, transcending all conception of the love of woman. And the very fullness of her was beyond him. A lifetime were insufficient to exhaust her. "I wanted to come to you now, John. I want to share your failure, if it comes, all your failures, because they will be victories, don't you see? I've never been able to achieve that kind of victory, real victory by myself. I've always succumbed, taking the baser, the easier things." Her cheek was wet. "I wasn't strong enough by myself, and I never knew the stronger one. See what my trust in you has been? I knew that you would not refuse me in spite of the fact that the world may misunderstand, may sneer at your taking me. I knew that you were big enough even for that, when you understood it, coming from me. I wanted to be with you, now, that we might fight it out together." "What have I done to deserve so priceless a thing?" he asked. She smiled at him again, her lips trembling. "Oh, I'm not priceless, I'm only real. I'm only human and tired. You are so strong you can't know how tired. Have you any idea why I came out here this summer? It was because I was desperate, because I had almost decided to marry someone else." She felt him start. "I was afraid of it," he said. "Were you? Did you wonder a little about me?" There was a vibrant note of triumph to which she reacted. She drew away from him a little. "Perhaps when you know how sordid my life has been, you won't want me." "Is that your faith, Alison?" he demanded. "God forbid. You come to a man who almost has confessions to make." "Oh, I'm glad. I want to know all of you. All, do you understand? That will bring us even closer together. And it was one thing I felt about you in the beginning, that day in the garden, that you had so much to conquer, more than most men. It was part of your force and of your knowledge of life. You were not a sexless ascetic who preached a mere neutral goodness. Does that shock you?" He smiled in turn. "I went away from there, as I once told you, full of a high resolution not to trail the honor of my art, if I achieved art, in the dust. But I've not only trailed my art, I trailed myself. In New York I became contaminated. The poison of the place, of the people with whom I came in contact, got into my blood. Little by little I yielded. I wanted so to succeed, to be able to confound all those who had doubted and ridiculed me. I wasn't content to wait, to deny myself for the ideal. Success was in the air. That was the poison. I only began to realize it after it was too late. Please don't think I'm asking pity. I feel that you must know. From the very first, my success, which was really failure, began to come in the wrong way. As my father's daughter, I could not be obscure. I was sought out. I was what was called picturesque, I suppose. The women petted me, although some of them hated me. And I had a fascination for a certain kind of men, the wrong kind. I began going to dinners, house parties, to recognize that advantages came that way. It seemed quite natural. It was what many others of my profession tried to do, and they envied me my opportunities. I had to say in justice to myself that I was not in the least cynical about it. I believed I was clinging to the idea of art, and that all I wanted was a chance. And the people I went with had the same characteristics, only intensified as those I had known here. Of course, I was actually no better than the women who were striving frivolously to get away from themselves, and the men who were fighting to get money, only I didn't know it. Well, my chance came at last. I had done several little things when an elderly man who is tremendously rich, whose name you would recognize if I mentioned it, gave me an order. For weeks, nearly every day, he came to my studio for tea to talk over the plans. I was really unsophisticated then, but I can see now, well, that the garden was a secondary consideration, and the fact that I did it for him gave me a standing I should not otherwise have had. Oh, it is sickening to look back upon, to think what an idiot I was and how little I saw. That garden launched me, and I began to have more work than I could do. I was conscientious about it. I tried to make every garden better than the last. But I was a young woman, unconventionally living alone, and by degrees the handicap of my sex was brought home to me. I did not feel the pressure at first, and then, I am ashamed to say, it had in it an element of excitement, a sense of power. The poison was at work. I was amused. I thought I could carry it through that the world had advanced sufficiently for a woman to do anything if she only had the courage. And I believed I possessed a true broadness of view and could impress it so far as I was concerned on others. As I look back upon it all, I believe my reputation for coldness saved me. Yet it was that very reputation which increased the pressure, and sometimes I was fairly driven into a corner. It seemed to madden some men, and the disillusionments began to come. Of course it was my fault. I don't pretend to say it wasn't. There were many whom, instinctively, I was on my guard against. But some I thought really nice, whom I trusted, revealed a side I had not suspected. That was the terrible thing, and yet I held to my ideal, tattered as it was. Alison was silent a moment, still clinging to his hand, and when she spoke again it was with a tremor of agitation. "It is hard to tell you this, but I wish you to know. At last I met a man, comparatively young, who was making his own way in New York, achieving a reputation as a lawyer. Shall I tell you that I fell in love with him? He seemed to bring a new freshness into my life, when I was beginning to feel the staleness of it. Not that I surrendered at once, but the reservations of which I was conscious at the first gradually disappeared. He had charm, a magnificent self-confidence, but I think the liberality of the opinions he expressed in regard to women most appealed to me. I was weak on that side, and I have often wondered whether he knew it. I believed him incapable of a great refusal. He agreed if I consented to marry him that I should have my freedom to live in my own life, and to carry on my profession. Fortunately, the engagement was never announced, never even suspected. One day he hinted that I should return to my father for a month or two before the wedding. The manner in which he said it suddenly turned me cold. "Oh," Alison exclaimed, "I was quite willing to go back to pay my father a visit, as I'd done nearly every year, but how can I tell you? He could not believe that I had definitely given up my father's money." I sat still and looked at him. I felt as if I were frozen, turned to stone, and after a long while, since I would not speak to him, he went out. 3 months later he came back and said that I had misunderstood him, that he couldn't live without me. I sent him away. Only the other day he married Amy Grant, one of my friends. Well, after that I was tired, so tired. Everything seemed to go out of life. It wasn't that I loved him any longer. All that had been crushed. But the illusion was gone, and I saw myself as I was, and for the first time in my life I felt defenseless, helpless. I wanted refuge. Did you ever hear of Jennings Howe, the architect? Alison nodded. Of course he must have. He is so well known. He's been a widower for several years. He liked my work, saw its defects, and was always frank about them, and I designed a good many gardens in connection with his houses. He himself is above all things an artist, and he fell into the habit of coming to my studio and giving me friendly advice in the nicest way. He seemed to understand that I was going through some sort of crisis. He called it too much society, and then without any warning he asked me to marry him. That is why I came out here, to think it over. I didn't love him, and I told him so, but I respected him. He never compromised in his art, and I've known him over and over to refuse houses because certain conditions were stipulated. To marry him was an acknowledgment of defeat. I realized that, but I'd come to the extremity where I wanted peace and protection. I wanted to put myself irrevocably beyond the old life, which simply could not have gone on, and I saw myself in the advancing years becoming tawdry and worn, losing little by little what I had gained at a price. So I came here to reflect, to see as it were if I could find something left in me to take hold of, to build upon, to begin over again, perhaps by going back to the old associations. I could think of no better place, and I knew that my father would be going away after a few weeks, and that I should be alone, yet with an atmosphere back of me, my old atmosphere. That was why I went to church the first Sunday in order to feel more definitely the atmosphere, to summon up more completely the image of my mother. More and more as the years have passed, I've thought of her in moments of trouble. I've recovered her as I never had hoped to in Mr. Bentley. Isn't it strange, she exclaimed wonderingly, that he should have come into both our lives with such an influence at this time? and then I met you, talked to you that afternoon in the garden. Shall I make a complete confession? I wrote to Jennings Howe that very week that I could not marry him." "You knew," Hodder exclaimed. "You knew then?" "I can't tell you what I knew or when. I knew after I had seen you that I couldn't marry him. Isn't that enough?" He drew in his breath deeply. "I should be less than a man if I refused to take you, Alison, and no matter what happens, I can and will find some honest work to support you. But, oh my dear, when I think of it, the nobility and generosity of what you have done appalls me." "No, no," she protested. "You mustn't say that. I needed you more than you need me. And haven't we both discovered the world and renounced it? I can at least go as far as to say that with all my heart. And isn't marriage truer and higher when a man and wife stop with difficulties and problems to solve together? It is that thought that brings me the greatest joy, that I may be able to help you. Didn't you need me just a little? Now that I have you, I am unable to think of the emptiness which might have been. You came to me like Beatrice, when I had lost my way in the darkness of the wood. And like Beatrice, you showed me the path, and hell and heaven." "Oh, you would have found the path without me. I cannot claim that. I saw from the first that you were destined to find it, and unlike Beatrice, I too was lost, and it was you who lifted me up. You mustn't idealize me." She stood up. "Come," she said. He too stood gazing at her, and she lifted her hands to his shoulders. They moved out from under the tree and walked for a while in silence across the dew-drenched grass towards Park Street. The moon, which had ridden over a great space in the sky, hung red above the blackness of the forest to the west. "Do you remember when we were here together the day I met Mr. Bentley, and you never would have spoken?" "How could I, Alison?" he asked. "No, you couldn't, and yet you would have let me go." He put his arm in hers and drew her towards him. "I must talk to your father," he said. "Some day soon. I ought to tell him of our intentions. We cannot go on like this." "No," she agreed, "I realize it. And I cannot stay much longer in Park Street. I must go back to New York until you send for me, dear. And there are things I must do. Do you know, even though I antagonize him so, my father, even though he suspects and bitterly resents my interest in you, my affection for you, and that I have lingered because of you, I believe in his way he has liked to have me here."
"I can understand that," said Hodder.
"It is because you are bigger than I, although he has quarreled with you so bitterly. I don't know what definite wrongs he has done to other persons. I don't wish to know. I don't ask you to tell me what passed between you that night. Once you said that you had an affection for him, that he was lonely. He is lonely. And these last weeks, in spite of his anger, I can see that he suffers terribly. It is a tragedy, because he will never give in."
"It is a tragedy." Hodder's tone was agitated.
"I wonder if he realizes a little," she began and paused, "now that Preston has come home."
"Your brother?" Hodder exclaimed.
"Yes, I forgot to tell you. I don't know why he came," she faltered. "I suppose he got into some new trouble. He seems changed. I can't describe it now, but I will tell you about it. It's the first time we've all three been together since my mother died, for Preston wasn't back from college when I went to Paris to study."
They stood together on the pavement before the massive house, fraught with so many and varied associations for Hodder, and as he looked up at it, his eye involuntarily rested upon the windows of the boys' room where Eldon Parr had made his confession. Alison startled him by pronouncing his name, which came with such unaccustomed sweetness from her lips.
"You will write me tomorrow," she said, "after you've seen the bishop?"
"Yes, at once. You mustn't let it worry you."
"I feel as if I cast off that kind of worry forever. It is only the other worries from which we do not escape, from which we do not wish to escape."
With a wonderful smile she had dropped his hands and gone in at the entrance, when a sound made them turn, the humming of a motor, and even as they looked it swung into Park Street.
"It's a taxicab," she said.
As she spoke it drew up almost beside them. Instead of turning in at the driveway, the door opened and a man alighted.
"Preston!"
Alison exclaimed. He started, turning from the driver whom he was about to pay. As for Hodder, he was not only undergoing a certain shock through the sudden contact at such a moment with Alison's brother, there was an additional shock that this was Alison's brother and Eldon Parr's son. Not that his appearance was shocking, although the well-clad athletic figure was growing a trifle heavy, and the light from the side lamps of the car revealed dissipation in a still handsome face. The effect was a subtler one, not to be analysed, and due to a multitude of preconceptions. Alison came forward.
"This is Mr. Hodder, Preston,"
she said simply. For a moment Preston continued to stare at the rector without speaking. Suddenly he put out his hand. "Mr. Hodder of St. John's?" he demanded. "Yes," answered Hodder. His surprise deepened to perplexity at the warmth of the hand-clasp that followed. A smile that brought back vividly to Hodder the sunny expression of the schoolboy in the picture lightened the features of the man. "I am very glad to see you," he said in a tone that left no doubt of its genuine quality. "Thank you," Hodder replied, meeting his eye with kindness, yet with a scrutiny that sought to penetrate the secret of an unexpected cordiality. "I too have hoped to see you." Alison, who stood by wondering, felt a meaning behind the rector's words. She pressed his hand as he bade her once more good night. "Won't you take my taxicab?" asked Preston. "It is going downtown anyway." "I think I'd better stick to the streetcars," Hodder said. His refusal was not ungraceful, but firm. Preston did not insist. In spite of the events of that evening, which he went over again and again as the midnight car carried him eastward, in spite of a newborn happiness, the actuality of which was still difficult to grasp, Hodder was vaguely troubled when he thought of Preston Parr. End of chapter 26, read by Tim Rowe in London 2023.
Section 32 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tyler J. Jokinen. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 27, Retribution. The bishop's house was a comfortable double dwelling of a smooth, bright red brick in large plate-glass windows, situated in a plot at the western end of Waverly Place. It had been bought by the diocese in the 90s and was representative of that traditional period in American architecture when the mansard roof had been repudiated, when as yet no definite types had emerged to take its place. The house had pointed gables and a tiny and utterly useless porch that served only to darken the front door, made of heavy pieces of wood, fantastically curved. It was precisely 10 o'clock in the morning when Hodder rang the bell and was shown into the ample study, which he had entered on other and less vital occasions. He found difficulty in realizing that this pleasant room, lined with well-worn books and overlooking a back lawn where the clothes of the Episcopal family hung in the yellow autumn sun, was to be his judgment seat, whence he might be committed to trial for heresy. And this was the 20th century. The full force of the preposterous facts smote him, and a consciousness of the distance he himself had traveled since the comparatively recent days of his own orthodoxy. And suddenly he was full again with a restful impatience, not only that he should be called away from his labors, his cares, the strangers who were craving his help, to answer charges of such an absurd triviality, but that the performance of the great task to which he had set his hand, with God's help, should depend upon it. Would his enemies be permitted to drive him out thus easily? The old bishop came in, walking by the aid of a cane. He smiled at Hodder, who greeted him respectfully, and bidding him sit down, took a chair himself behind his writing table, from whence he gazed a while, earnestly and contemplatively, at the rugged features and strong shoulders of the rector of St. John's. The effect of the look was that of a visual effort to harmonize the man with the deed he had done, the stir he had created in the city and the diocese, to readjust impressions. A hint of humor crept into the bishop's blue eyes, which were watery yet strong, with heavy creases in the corners. He indicated by a little gesture 3 bundles of envelopes, bound by rubber bands on the corner of his blotter. "Hodder," he said, "see what a lot of trouble you have made for me in my old age. All those are about you." The rector's expression could not have been deemed stern, but it had met the bishop's look unflinchingly. Now it relaxed into a responding smile, which was not without seriousness. "I'm sorry, sir," Hodder answered, "to have caused you any worry or inconvenience. "Perhaps," said the bishop, "I have had too much smooth sailing for a servant of Christ. Indeed, I have come to that conclusion." Hodder did not reply. He was moved even more by the bishop's manner and voice than by his words, and the opening to their conversation was unexpected. The old man put on his spectacles and drew from the top of one of the bundles a letter. "This is from one of your vestrymen, Mr. Gordon Atterbury," he said, and proceeded to read it slowly. When he had finished, he laid it down. "Is that, according to your recollection, Mr. Hodder, a fairly accurate summary of the sermon you gave when you resumed the pulpit at the end of the summer?" "Yes, sir," answered the rector. "It is surprisingly accurate, with the exception of 2 or 3 inferences, which I shall explain at the proper moment. Mr. Atterbury is to be congratulated on his memory," the bishop observed a little dryly, "and he has saved me the trouble of reading more. Now, what are the inferences to which you object?" Hodder stated them. "The most serious one," he added, "is that which he draws from my attitude on the virgin birth. Mr. Atterbury insists, like others who cling to that dogma, that I have become what he vaguely calls an Unitarian. He seems incapable of grasping my meaning, that the only true God the age knows, the world has ever known, is the God in Christ, is a spirit in Christ, and is there not by any material proof, but the cause we recognize it spiritually, and that doctrine and dogma, ancient speculations as to how definitely that spirit came to be in Christ, are fruitless and mischievous today. Mr. Atterbury and others seem actually to resent my identification of our Lord's Spirit with the social consciousness, as well as the individual consciousness, of our time." The bishop nodded. "Hodder," he demanded abruptly, leaning forward over his desk, "how did this thing happen?" "You mean, sir?" There was in the bishop's voice a note, almost pathetic. "I do not mean to ask you anything you may deem too personal. And God forbid, as I look at you, as I have known you, that I should doubt your sincerity. I am not your inquisitor, but your bishop and your friend, and I am asking for your confidence. 6 months ago, you were apparently one of the most orthodox rectors in the diocese. I recognize that you are not an impulsive, sensational man, and I'm all the more anxious to learn from your own lips something of the influences of the process which have changed you, which have been strong enough to impel you to risk the position you have achieved." By this unlooked-for appeal, Hodder was not only disarmed, but smitten with self-reproach at the thought of his former misjudgment and underestimation of the man in whose presence he sat, and it came over him not only the extent to which formerly he had regarded the bishop as too tolerant and easygoing, but the fact that he had arrived here today prepared to find in his superior anything but the attitude he was showing. Considering the bishop's age, Hodder had been ready for a lack of understanding of the step he had taken, even for querulous reproaches and rebuke. He had therefore to pull himself together, to adjust himself to the unexpected greatness of soul which he was being received before he began to sketch the misgivings he had felt from the early days of his rectorship at St. John's, the helplessness and failure which by degrees had come over him. He related how it had become apparent to him that by far the greatest part of his rich and fashionable congregation were Christians only in name, who kept their religion in a small and impervious compartment, where it did not interfere with their lives. He pictured the yearning and perplexity of those who had come to him for help, who could not accept the old explanations, and had gone away empty. He had not been able to make Christians of the poor who attended the parish house. Finally, trusting in the bishop's discretion, he spoke of the revelations he had unearthed in Dalton Street, and how these had completely destroyed his confidence in the Christianity he had preached, and how he had put his old faith to the test of unprejudiced modern criticism, philosophy, and science. The bishop listened intently, his head bent, his eyes on the rector. "And you have come out convinced?" he asked, tremulously. Yes, I see you have. Is it enough?" He relapsed into thought, his wrinkled hand lying idly on the table. "I need not tell you, my friend," he resumed at length, "that a great deal of pressure has been brought to bear upon me in this matter, more than I have ever before experienced. You have mortally offended, among others, the most powerful layman in the diocese, Mr. Parr, who complains that you have presumed to take him to task concerning his private affairs." "I told him," answered Hodder, "that so long as he continued to live the life he leads, I could not accept his contributions to St. John's." "I am an old man," said the bishop, "and whatever usefulness I have had is almost finished. But if I were young today, I should pray God for the courage and insight you have shown, and I am thankful to have lived long enough to have known you. It has at least been given me to realize that times have changed, that we are on the verge of a mighty future. I will be frank to say that 10 years ago, if this had happened, I should have recommended you for trial. Now I can only wish you Godspeed. I too can see the light, my friend. I can see, I think, though dimly, the beginnings of a blending of all sects, of all religions, in the increasing vision of the truth revealed in Jesus Christ, stripped, as you say, of dogma, of fruitless attempts at rational explanation. In Japan and China, in India and Persia, as well as in Christian countries, it is coming by some working of the Spirit, the mastery of which is beyond us. And nations and men, who even yet know nothing of the Gospels, are showing a willingness to adopt what is Christ's and the God of Christ." Hodder was silent, from sheer inability to speak. "If you had needed an advocate with me," the bishop continued, "you could not have had one to whose counsel I would be more willingly have listened than that of Horace Bentley. He wrote asking to come and see me, but I went to him in Dalton Street the day I returned, and it gives me satisfaction, Mr. Hodder, to confess to you freely that he has taught me, by his life, more of true Christianity than I have learned in all my experiences elsewhere." "I had thought," exclaimed the rector wonderingly, "that I owed him more than any other man. There are many who think that hundreds should say," the bishop replied. "Eldon Parr ruined him, drove him from the church." It is strange how outside of the church his influence has silently and continuously grown until it has borne fruit in this. Even now, he added after a pause, the cautiousness, the dread of change which comes with old age might, I think, lead me to be afraid of it, if I didn't perceive behind it the spirit of Horace Bentley. It struck Hodder suddenly what an unconsciousness but real source of confidence this thought had likewise been to him. He spoke of it. "It is not that I wouldn't trust you," the bishop went on. "I have watched you. I have talked to Asa Waring. I have read the newspapers. In spite of it all, you have kept your head. You have not compromised the dignity of the church. But oh, my friend, I beg you to bear in mind that you are launched upon deep waters, that you have raised up many enemies, enemies of Christ, who seek to destroy you. You are still young, and the uncompromising experiment to which you are pledged of freeing your church, of placing her in the position of power and influence in the community, which is rightfully hers, is as yet untried, and no stone will be left unturned to discourage and overcome you. You have faith. You have made me feel it as you sat here. A faith which will save you from bitterness and personal defeat. You may not yet reap the victory, or even see it in your lifetime. But of this I am sure, that you will be able to say, with Paul, I have planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the increase. Whatever happens, you may count upon my confidence and support. I can only wish that I were younger, that my arm were stronger, and that I had always perceived the truth as clearly as I see it now. Hodder had risen involuntarily while these words were being spoken. They were indeed a benediction, and the intensity of his feeling warned him of the inadequacy of any reply. They were pronounced in sorrow, yet in hope, and they brought home to him sharply the nobility of the bishop's own sacrifice. "And you, sir?" he asked. "Ah," answered the bishop, "with this I shall have had my life. I am content." "You will come to me again, Hodder, some other day," he said after an interval, "that we may talk over the new problems. They are constructive, creative, and I am anxious to hear how you propose to meet them. For one thing, to find a new basis for the support of such a parish. I understand they have deprived you of your salary." "I have enough to live on, for a year or so," replied the rector quickly. "Perhaps more." "I'm afraid," said the bishop with a smile in his old eyes, "that you will need it, my friend. But who can say? You have strength, you have confidence, and God is with you." Life, as Hodder now grasped it, was a rapidly whirling wheel, which gave him no chance to catch up with the impressions and experiences through which it was dragging him. Here, for instance, were two far-reaching and momentous events, one crowding upon the other, and not an hour for reflection, realization, or adjustment. He had indeed, after his return from the bishop's, snatched a few minutes to write Allison the unexpected results for that interview. But even as he wrote and rang for a messenger to carry the note to Park Street, he was conscious of an effort to seize upon him and hold the fact that the woman he had so intensely desired was now his helpmate, and had, of her own free will, united herself with him. A strong sense of the dignity of their relationship alone prevented his calling her on the telephone, as it doubtless had prevented her. While she remained in her father's house, he could not. In the little room next to the office, several persons were waiting to see him. But as he went downstairs, he halted on the landing, his hand going to his forehead, a reflex movement significant of a final attempt to achieve the hitherto unattainable feat of imagining her as his wife. If he might only speak to her again. Now, this morning. And yet he knew that he needed no confirmation. The reality was there, in the background, and though refusing to come forward to be touched, it had already grafted itself as an actual and vital part of his being, never to be eliminated. Characteristically perfecting his own ideal, she had come to him in the hour when his horizon had been most obscure, and he experienced now an exaltation, though solemn and sacred, that her faith had so far been rewarded in the tidings he now confided to the messenger. He was not as yet to be driven out from the task, to be deprived of the talent, the opportunity entrusted to him by his Lord, the emancipation of the parish of St. John's. The first to greet him when he entered his office was one who, unknown to himself, had been fighting the battle of the God in Christ, and who now, thanks to John Hodder, had identified the Spirit as the transforming force. Bedloe Hubbell had come to offer his services to the church. The tender was unqualified. "I should be willing, Mr. Hodder," he said with a smile, "to venture occasionally into a pulpit. You have not only changed my conception of religion, but you have made it for me something which I can now speak about naturally." Hodder was struck by the suggestion. "Ah, we shall need the laymen in the pulpits, Mr. Hubbell," he said quickly. "A great spiritual movement must be primarily a lay movement, and I promise you shall not lack the opportunity." At 9 o'clock that evening, when reprieve came, Hodder went out. Anxiety on the score of Kate Marcy, as well as a desire to see Mr. Bentley and to tell him of the conversation with the bishop, directed his steps towards Dalton Street. And Hodder had, indeed, an intention of confiding to his friend, as one eminently entitled to it, the news of his engagement to Alison Parr. Nothing, however, had been heard of Kate. She was not in Dalton Street, Mr. Bentley feared. The search of Gratz, the cabinet maker, had been fruitless, and Sally Grover had even gone to see the woman in the hospital whom Kate had befriended in the hope of getting a possible clue. They sat close together before the fire in Mr. Bentley's comfortable library, debating upon the possibility of other methods of procedure when a carriage was heard rattling over the pitted asphalt without. As it pulled up to the curb, a silence fell between them. The doorbell rang. Hodder found himself sitting erect, rigidly attentive, listening to the muffled sound of a woman's voice in the entry. A few moments later came a knock at the library door, and Sam entered. The old darky was plainly frightened. "It's Miss Kate. Marcy. Horace. Who you been trying to find?" he stammered. Hodder sprang to his feet and made his way rapidly around the table, where he stood confronting the woman in the doorway. There she was, perceptibly swaying, as though the floor under her were rocked by an earthquake. Her handsome face was white as chalk. Her pupils widened in terror. It was curious, at such an instant, that he should have taken in her costume, yet it was part of the mystery. She wore a new, closely fitting, patently expensive suit of dark blue cloth and a small hat, which were literally transforming in the effect, demanding a palpable initial effort of identification. He seized her by the arm. "What is it?" he demanded. "Oh my God," she cried. He's out there, in the carriage." She leaned heavily against the doorpost, shivering. Hodder saw Sally Grover coming down the stairs. "Take her," he said, and went out the front door, which Sam had left open. Mr. Bentley was behind him. The driver had descended from the box and was peering into the darkness as the vehicle he had heard them and turned. At sight of the tall clergyman, an expression of relief came into his face. "I don't like the looks of this, sir," he said. "I thought he was pretty bad when I went to fetch him." Hodder pushed past him and looked into the carriage. Leaning back, motionless, in the corner of the seat, was the figure of a man. For a terrible moment, a premonition of enlightenment, the rector gazed at it. "They sent for me from a family hotel in Ayers Street," the driver was explaining. Mr. Bentley's voice interrupted him. "He must be brought in at once. Do you know where Dr. Latimer's office is on Tower Street?" he asked the man. "Go there, and bring the doctor back with you as quickly as possible. If he is not in, get another physician." Between them, the driver and Hodder got the burden out of the carriage and up the steps. The light from the hallway confirmed the rector's fear. "It's Preston Parr," he said. The next moment was too dreadful for surprise, but never had the sense of tragedy so pierced the innermost depths of Hodder's being as now, when Horace Bentley's calmness seemed to have forsaken him, and as he gazed down upon the features on the pillow, he wept. Hodder turned away. Whatever memories those features evoked, memories of a past that still throbbed with life, these were too sacred for intrusion. The years of exile, of uncomplaining service to others, in this sordid street and over the wide city, had not yet sufficed to allay the pain, to heal the wound of youth. Nay, loyalty had kept it fresh, a loyalty that was the handmaid of faith. The rector softly left the room, only to be confronted with another harrowing scene in the library, where a frantic woman was struggling in Sally Grover's grasp. He went to her assistance. Words of comfort, of entreaty, were of no avail. Kate Marcy did not seem to hear them. Hers, in contrast to that other, was the unmeaning grief, the overwhelming sense of injustice of the child. And with her regained physical strength, the two had all they could do to restrain her. "I will go to him," she sobbed, between her paroxysms. "You've got no right to keep me. He's mine. He came back to me. He's all I ever had." So intent were they that they did not notice Mr. Bentley standing beside them until they heard his voice. "What she says is true," he told them. "Her place is in there. Let her go." Kate Marcy raised her head at the words and looked at him, a strange, half-comprehending, half-credulous gaze. They released her, helped her towards the bedroom, and closed the door gently behind her. The three sat in silence until the carriage was heard returning, and the doctor entered. The examination was brief, and 2 words, laconically spoken, sufficed for an explanation. Apoplexy, alcohol. The prostrate, quivering woman was left where they had found her. Dr. Latimer was a friend of Mr. Bentley's, and betrayed no surprise at a situation which otherwise might have astonished him. It was only when he learned the dead man's name and his parentage that he looked up quickly from his notebook. "The matter can be arranged without a scandal," he said after an instant. "Can you tell me something of the circumstances?" It was Hodder who answered. Preston Parr had been in love with this woman, and separated from her. She was under Mr. Bentley's care when he found her again. I infer by accident. From what the driver says, they were together in a hotel in Arras Street, and he died after he had been put in a carriage. In her terror, she was bringing him to Mr. Bentley, the doctor nodded. "Poor woman," he said unexpectedly. "Will you be good enough to let Mr. Parr know that I will see him at his house tonight?" he added as he took his departure. Sally Grover went out with the physician, and it was Mr. Bentley who answered the question in the rector's mind, which he hesitated to ask. "Mr. Parr must come here," he said. As the rector turned mechanically to pick up his hat, Mr. Bentley added, "Will you come back, Hodder?" "Since you wish it, sir," the rector said. Once in the street, he faced a predicament, but swiftly decided that the telephone was impossible under the circumstances, that there could be no decent procedure without going himself to Park Street. It was only a little after 10. The electric car which he caught seemed to lag. The stops were interminable. His thoughts flew hither and thither. Should he try first to see Allison? He was nearest to her now in all of the world, and he could not suffer the thought of her having the news otherwise. Yes, he must tell her, since she knew nothing of the existence of Kate Marcy. Having settled that, though the thought of the blow she was to receive lay like a weight on his heart, Mr. Bentley's reason for summoning Eldon Parr to Dalton Street came to him, that the feelings of Mr. Bentley towards the financier were those of Christian forgiveness, was not for a moment to be doubted. but a meeting, particularly under such circumstances, could not be painful indeed. It must be. It was Hodder saw, for Kate Marcy's sake, yes, and for Eldon Parr's as well, that he be given this opportunity to deal with a woman who he had driven away from his son and ruined. The moon, which had shed splendorous over the world the night before, was obscured by a low drifting mist as Hodder turned in between the ornamental lamps that marked the gateway of the Park Street mansion. And by some undiscerned thought-suggestion he pictured the heartbroken woman he had left beside the body of one who had been heir to all this magnificence. Unless now, stone and iron and glass, pictures and statuary. All the labor, all the care and cunning, all the stealthy planning to get ahead of others had been in vain. What indeed were left to Eldon Parr? It was he who needed pity, not the woman who had sinned and had been absolved because of her great love, not the wayward, vice-driven boy who lay dead. The very horror of what Eldon Parr was now to suffer turned Hodder cold as he rang the bell and listened for the soft tread of the servant who would answer his summons. The man who flung open the door knew him. It did not conceal his astonishment. "Will you take my card to Miss Parr?" the rector said. "If she has not retired, and tell her I have a message." "Miss Parr is still in the library, sir." "Alone?" "Yes, sir." The man preceded him, but before his name had been announced, Allison was standing, her book in her hand, gazing at him with startled eyes, his name rising, a low cry to her lips, "John." He took the book from her, gently, and held her hands. "Something has happened," she said. "Tell me, I can bear it." He saw instantly that her dread was for him, and it made his task the harder. "It's your brother, Allison." "Preston? Is it? He's done something?" Hodder shook his head. "He died. Tonight. He is at Mr. Bentley's." It was like her that she did not cry out, or even speak, but stood still, her hands tightening on his, her breast heaving. She was not, he knew, a woman who wept easy, and her eyes were dry. And he had to be thankful that it was given him to be with her in this sacred relationship at such a moment. But even now, such was the mystery that ever veiled her soul, he could not read her feelings, nor know what those might be towards the brother whose death he announced. "I want to tell you first, Allison, to prepare you," he said. Her silence was eloquent. She looked up at him bravely, trustfully, in a way that made him wince. Whatever the exact nature of her suffering, it was too deep for speech. And yet she helped him, made it easier for him by reason of her very trust, once given, not to be withdrawn. It gave him a paradoxical understanding of her which was beyond definition. "You must know, you would have something to know, that there was a woman he loved, whom he intended to marry, but she was separated from him. She was not what is called a bad woman. She was a working girl. I found her this summer, and she told me the story, and she had been under the care of Mr. Bentley. She disappeared 2 or 3 days ago. Your brother met her again, and he was stricken with apoplexy, while with her this evening. She brought him to Mr. Bentley's house. My father brought her and sent her away. You knew? I heard a little about it at the time, by accident. I have always remembered it. I have always felt that something like this would happen. Her sense of fatality, another impression she gave of living in the deeper, intrinsic currents of life, had never been stronger upon him than now. She released his hands. How strange, she said, that the end should have come at Mr. Bentley's. He loved my mother. She was the only woman he ever loved. It came to Hodder as the completing touch of the revelation he had half glimpsed at the bedside. Ah! He could not help exclaiming, "That explains much." She had looked at him again, through sudden tears, as though divining his reference to Mr. Bentley's grief, when a step made them turn. Eldon Parr had entered the room. Never, not even in the last interview, had his hardness seemed so concretely apparent as now. Again, pity seemed never more out of place, yet pity was Hodder's dominant feeling as he met the coldness, the relentlessness of the glance. The thing that struck him, that momentarily kept close his lips, was the awful uncomprehensiveness timeline of the man's interests, and his unpreparedness to meet the blow that was to crush him. "May I ask, Mr. Hodder," he said in an unemotional voice, "what you are doing in this house?" Still, Hodder hesitated, an unwilling executioner. "Father," said Allison, "Mr. Hodder has come with a message." Never, perhaps, had Eldon Parr given such complete proof of his lack of spiritual intuition. The atmosphere charged with presage for him gave him nothing. "Mr. Hodder takes a strange way of delivering it," was his comment. Mercy took precedence over her natural direction. She laid her hand gently on his arm, and she had at that instant no thought of the long years he had neglected her for her brother. "It's about Preston," she said. "Preston?" The name came sharply from Eldon Parr's lips. "What about him?" "Speak, can't you?" "He died this evening," said Allison simply. Hodder plainly heard the ticking of the clock on the mantel. And the drama that occurred was the more horrible because it was hidden. Played, as it were, behind closed doors. For the spectators, there was only the blank wall and the silence. Eldon Parr literally did nothing, made no gesture, uttered no cry. The death they knew was taking place in his soul. Yet the man stood before them naturally for what seemed an indeterminable time. "Where is he?" he asked. "At Mr. Bentley's, in Dalton Street." It was Allison who replied again. Even then, he gave no sign that he read retribution in the coincidence, betrayed no agitation at the mention of a name, which, in such a connection, might well have struck the terror of judgment into his heart. They watched him while, with a firm step, he crossed the room and pressed a button in the wall and waited. "I want the closed automobile at once," he said when the servant came. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I think Grayton has gone to bed. He had no orders." "Then wake him," said Eldon Parr, "instantly. And send for my secretary." With a glance which he perceived, Allison comprehended. Hodder made his way out of the room. He had from Eldon Parr, as he passed him, neither question, acknowledgment, nor recognition. Whatever the banker might have felt, or whether his body had now become a mere machine, mechanically carrying on a lifelong habit of action, the impression was one of the tremendousness of the man's consistency. A great effort was demanded to summon up the now almost unimaginable experience of his confidence, of the evening when almost on that very spot he had revealed to Hodder the one weakness of his life. And yet the effort was not to be. Presently, without startling results, in the darkness of the street, the picture suddenly grew distinct on the screen of the rector's mind, the face of the banker, subtly drawn with pain as he looked down on it in comparison, the voice with its undercurrents of agony. "He never knew how much I cared. that what I was doing was all for him, building for him, that he might carry on my work. So swift was the trolley that 10 minutes had elapsed. After Hodder's arrival, before the purr of an engine and the shriek of a brake broke the stillness of Upper Dalton Street and announced the stopping of a heavy motor before the door. The rector had found Mr. Bentley in the library alone, seated, with bent head in front of the fire, and had simply announced the intention of Eldon Parr to come. From the chair Hodder had unobtrusively chosen near the window, his eyes rested on the noble profile of his friend. What his thoughts were, Hodder could not surmise, for he seemed again marvelously to have regained the outward peace, which was a symbol of banishment from the inner man of all thought of self. "I have prepared her for Mr. Parr's coming," he said to Hodder at length, and yet he had left her there. Hodder recalled the words Mr. Bentley had spoken. It is her place, the fallen woman's, the place she had earned by a great love and a great renunciation, of which no earthly power might henceforth deprive her. Then came the motor, the ring at the door, the entrance of Eldon Parr into the library. He paused a perceptible moment on the threshold, as his look fell upon the man whom he had deprived of home and fortune. Yes, and of the one woman in the world for them both. Mr. Bentley had risen and stood facing him. That shining, compassionate gaze should have been indeed a difficult one to meet. Vengeance was the Lord's in truth. What ordeal the Horace Bentley, in anger and retribution, might have devised could have equaled this, and yet Eldon Parr did meet it with an effort. Hodder, from his corner, detected the effort, though it were barely discernible, and would have passed the scrutiny less rigid, the first outward and visible sign of the lesion within. For a brief instant the banker's eyes encountered Mr. Bentley's look with a flash of the old defiance and fell, and then swept the room. "Will you come this way, Mr. Parr?" Mr. Bentley said, indicating the door to the bedroom. Allison followed. Her eyes, wet with unheeded tears, had never left Mr. Bentley's face. She put her hand to him. Eldon Parr halted abruptly. He knew from Allison the circumstances in which his son had died, and how he had been brought hither to this house, but his sight of the woman beside the bed fanned into flame his fury against the world which had cheated him, by such ignominious means, of his dearest wish. He grew white with sudden passion. "What is she doing here?" he demanded. Kate Marcy, who had not seemed to hear his entrance, raised up to him a face from which all fear had fled, a face which by its suggestive power compelled him to realize the absolute despair clutching now his own soul, and against which he was fighting wildly, hopelessly. It was lying in wait for him, with hideous patience, in the coming watches of the night. Perhaps he read in the face of this woman whom he had condemned to suffer all degradation, and over whom he was now powerless, something which would ultimately save her from the hell now yawning for him. A redeeming element in her grief of which herself were not as yet conscious, a light shining in the darkness of her soul, which in eternity would become luminous, and he saw no light for him. He thrashed in darkness. He had nothing now to give, no power longer to deprive. He had given all she possessed, the memorial of her kind, which would outlast monuments. It was Allison who crossed the room swiftly. She laid her hand protectingly on Kate Marcy's shoulder and stopped and kissed her. She turned to her father. "It is her right," she said. He belonged to her, not to us, and we must take her home with us. No, answered Kate Marcy. I do not want to go. I wouldn't live, she added with unexpected intensity, with him. You wouldn't live with me? Said Allison. I don't want to live. Kate Marcy got up from the chair with an energy they had not thought her to possess, a rival of the spirit which had upheld her when she had contended singly with a remorseless world. She had addressed herself to Eldon Parr. You took him from me, and I was a fool to let you. You might have saved me and saved himself. I listened to you when you told me lies as to how it would ruin him. While I had him, you never did. The sudden intolerable sense of wrong done to her, love, the swift anger which followed it, the justness of her claim of him, now lay in the dignity of death, clothed her, who in life had been crushed and blotted out, with a dignity not to be gainsayed. In this moment of final self-assertion, she became the dominating person in the room. Knew for once the birthright of human worth, they watched her in silence as she turned and gave one last lingering look at the features of the dead, stretched out her hand towards them, but did not touch them, and then went slowly towards the door. Besides Allison, she stopped. You are his sister, she said. Yes. She searched Allison's face wistfully. I could have loved you. And can you not still? Kate Marcy did not answer the question. It is because you understand, she said. You're like those I've come to know here. And you're like him. I don't mean in looks. He, too, was good and square. She spoke the words a little defiantly, as though challenging the verdict of the world. And he wouldn't have been wild if he could have got going straight. I know, said Allison in a low voice. Yes, said Kate Marcy. You look as if you did. He thought a lot of you. He said he was only beginning to find out what you was. I like you to think as well of me as you can. I could not think better, Allison replied. Kate Marcy shook her head. I got about as low as any woman ever got, she said. Mr. Hodder will tell you. I want you to know that I wouldn't marry your brother. She hesitated over the name. He wanted me to. He was mad with me tonight because I wouldn't when this happened. She snatched her hand free from Allison's and fled out of the room into the hallway. Eldon Parr had moved towards the bed, seemingly unaware of the words they had spoken. Perhaps, as he gazed upon the face, he remembered in his agony the sunny, smiling child who used to come hurrying down the steps in Ransom Street to meet him. In the library, Mr. Bentley and John Hodder, knowing nothing of her flight, heard the front door close on Kate Marcy forever. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Inside of the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 28, Light, Part 1. 2 days after the funeral, which had taken place from Calvary and not from St. John's, Hodder was no less astonished to receive a note from Eldon Parr's secretary requesting the rector to call in Park Street. In the same mail was a letter from Allison. I have had, she wrote, a talk with my father. The initiative was his. I should not have thought of speaking to him of my affairs so soon after Preston's death. It seems that he strongly suspected our engagement, which of course I at once acknowledged, telling him that it was your intention at the proper time to speak to him yourself. I was surprised when he said he would ask you to call. I confess that I have not an idea of what he intends to say to you, John, but I trust you absolutely as always. You will find him already terribly changed. I cannot describe it, you will see for yourself. and it has all seemed to happen so suddenly. As I wrote you, he sat up both nights with Preston. He could not be induced to leave the room. And after the first night he was different. He has hardly spoken a word except when he sent for me this evening, and he eats nothing. And yet somehow I do not think that this will be the end. I feel that he will go on living. I did not realize how much he still hoped about Preston, and on Monday when Preston so unexpectedly came home, he was happier than I have known him for years. It was strange and sad that he could not see, as I saw, that whatever will power my brother had was gone. He could not read it in the face of his own son, who was so quick to detect it in all others. And then came the tragedy. Oh, John, do you think we shall ever find that girl again? I know you are trying, but we mustn't rest until we do. Do you think we shall ever? I shall never forgive myself for not following her out of the door, but I thought she had gone to you and Mr. Bentley. Hodder laid the letter down and took it up again. He knew that Allison felt as he felt, that they never would find Kate Marcy. He read on. My father wished to speak to me about the money. He has plans for much of it, it appears, even now. Oh, John, he will never understand. I want so much to see you, to talk to you. There are times when I am actually afraid to be alone and without you. If it be weakness to confess that I need your reassurance, your strength, and comfort constantly, then I am weak. I once thought I could stand alone, that I have solved all problems for myself, but I know now how foolish I was. I have been face to face with such dreadful, unimagined things, and in my ignorance I did not conceive that life held such terrors. And when I look at my father, the thought of immortality turns me faint. After you have come here this afternoon, there can be no longer any reason why we should not meet, and all the world know it. I will go with you to Mr. Bentley's. Of course, I need not tell you that I refused to inherit anything, but I believe I should have consented if I possibly could have done so. It seemed so cruel, I can think of no other word, to have to refuse at such a moment. Perhaps I have been cruel to him all my life. I don't know. As I look back upon everything, all our relations, I cannot see how I could have been different. He wouldn't let me. I still believe to have stayed with him would have been a foolish and useless sacrifice. But he looked at me so queerly, as though he too had a glimmering of what we might have been to each other after my mother died. Why is life so hard? And why are we always getting glimpses of things when it is too late? It is only honest to say that if I had it to do all over again, I should have left him as I did. It is hard to write you this, but he actually made the condition of my acceptance of the inheritance that I should not marry you. I really do not believe I convinced him that you wouldn't have me take the money under any circumstances. And the dreadful side of it all was that I had to make it plain to him after what has happened that my desire to marry you wasn't the main reason of my refusal. I had to tell him that even though you had not been in question, I couldn't have taken what he wished to give me, since it had not been honestly made. He asked me why I went on eating the food bought with such money, living under his roof. But I cannot. I will not leave him just yet. It is 2:00. I cannot write any more tonight. The appointed time was at the November dusk, hurried forward nearly an hour by the falling panoply of smoke driven westward over the park by the wet east wind, and the rector was conducted with due ceremony to the office upstairs, which he had never again expected to enter, where that other memorable interview had taken place. The curtains were drawn, and if the green shaded lamp, the only light in the room, had been arranged by a master of dramatic effect, it could not have better served the setting. In spite of Allison's letter, Hodder was unprepared for the ravages a few days had made in the face of Eldon Parr. Not that he appeared older. The impression was less natural, more sinister. The skin had drawn sharply over the cheekbones, and strangely the eyes both contradicted and harmonized with the transformation of the features. These too had changed. They were not dead and lustreless, but gleamed out of the shadowy caverns into which they had sunk, unyielding, indomitable in torment, eyes of a spirit rebellious in the flames. This spirit somehow produced the sensation of its being separated from the body, for the movement of the hand, inviting Hodder to seat himself, seemed almost automatic. "I understand," said Eldon Parr, "that you wish to marry my daughter." "It is true that I am to marry Allison," Hodder answered, "and that I intended, later on, to come to inform you of the fact." He did not mention the death of Preston. Condolences under the circumstances were utterly out of the question. "How do you propose to support her?" the banker demanded. "She is of age and independent of you. You will pardon me if I reply that this is a matter between ourselves," Hodder said. I had made up my mind that the day she married you I would not only disinherit her, but refuse absolutely to have anything to do with her. If you cannot perceive what she perceives, that you have already by your own life cut her off from you absolutely, and that seeing her will not mend matters while you remain relentless, nothing I can say will convince you." Hodder did not speak rebukingly. The utter uselessness of it was never more apparent. The man was condemned beyond all present reprieve, at least. "She left me," exclaimed Eldon Parr bitterly. "She left you to save herself." "We need not discuss that." "I am far from wishing to discuss it," Hodder replied. "I do not know why you have asked me to come here, Mr. Parr. It is clear that your attitude has not changed since our last conversation. I tried to make it plain to you why the church could not accept your money. Your own daughter cannot accept it." "There was a time," retorted the banker, "when you did not refuse to accept it." "Yes," Hodder replied, "that is true." It came to him vividly then that it had been Allison herself who had cast the enlightening gleam which revealed his inconsistency, but he did not defend himself. "I can see nothing in all of this, Mr. Hodder, but a species of insanity," said Eldon Parr, and there crept into his tone both querulousness and intense exasperation. "In the first place, you insist upon marrying my daughter when neither she nor you have any dependable means of support. She never spared her criticisms of me, and you presume to condemn me, a man who, if he has neglected his children, has done so because he has spent too much of his time in serving his community and his country, and who has, if I have to say it myself, built up the prosperity which you and others are doing your best to tear down, and which can only result in the spread of misery. You profess to have a sympathy with the masses, but you do not let them know as I do. They cannot control themselves. They require a strong hand. But I am not asking for your sympathy. I have been misunderstood all my life. I have become used to ingratitude even from my children, and from the rector of the church, for which I have done more than any other man." Hodder stared at him in amazement. "You really believe that?" he exclaimed. "Believe it," Eldon Parr repeated. "I have had my troubles, as heavy bereavements as a man can have. All of them, even this of my son's death, all the ingratitude and lack of sympathy I have experienced," he looked deliberately at Hodder, "have not prevented me, do not prevent me today from regarding my fortune as a trust. You have deprived St. John's, at least so long as you remain there, of some of its benefits, and the responsibility for that is on your own head. And I am now making arrangements to give to Calvary the settlement house which St. John's should have had." The words were spoken with such an air of conviction, of unconscious plausibility, as it were, that it was impossible for Hodder to doubt the genuineness of the attitude they expressed. And yet it was more than his mind could grasp. Horace Bentley, Richard Garvin, and the miserable woman of the streets whom he had driven to destroy herself had made absolutely no impression whatever. The gifts, the benefactions of Eldon Parr to his fellow men would go on as before. "You ask me why I sent for you," the banker went on. "It was primarily because I hoped to impress upon you the folly of marrying my daughter, and in spite of all the injury and injustice you have done me, I do not forget that you were once in a relationship to me which has been unique in my life. I trusted you, I admired you for your ability, for your faculty of getting on with men. At that time you were wise enough not to attempt to pass comment upon accidents in business affairs which are, if deplorable, inevitable." Eldon Parr's voice gave a momentary sign of breaking. "I will be frank with you. My son's death has led me, perhaps weakly, to make one more appeal. You have ruined your career by these chimerical socialistic notions you have taken up, and which you mistake for Christianity. As a practical man, I can tell you positively that St. John's will run downhill until you are bankrupt. The people who come to you now are in search of a new sensation, and when that grows stale, they will fall away. Even if a respectable number remain in your congregation after this excitement and publicity have died down, I have reason to know that it is impossible to support a large city church on contributions. It has been tried again and again and failed. You have borrowed money for the church's present needs. When that is gone, I predict that you will find it difficult to get more." This had every indication of being a threat, but Hodder, out of sheer curiosity, did not interrupt, and it was evident that the banker drew a wrong conclusion from his silence, which he may actually have taken for reluctant acquiescence. His tone grew more assertive. "The church, Mr. Hodder, cannot do without substantial businessmen. I have told the bishop so, but he is failing so rapidly from old age that I might as well not have wasted my breath. He needs an assistant, a suffragan, or coadjutor. I intend to make it my affair to see that he gets one. When I remember him as he was 10 years ago, I find it hard to believe that he is touched with these fancies. To be charitable, it is senile decay. He seems to forget what I have done for him personally, made up his salary, paid his expenses at different times, and no appeal for the diocese to me was ever in vain. But again, I will let that go. What I am getting at is this. You have made a mess of the affairs of St. John's. You have made a mess of your life. I am willing to give you the credit for sincerity. Some of my friends might not be. You want to marry my daughter, and she is apparently determined to marry you. If you are sensible and resign from St. John's now, I will settle on Alison a sufficient sum to allow you both to live in comfort and decency the rest of your lives. I will not have it said to me that I permitted my daughter to become destitute." After he had finished, the rector sat for so long a time that the banker nervously shifted in his chair. The clergyman's look had a cumulative quality, an intensity which seemed to increase as the silence continued. There was no anger in it, no fanaticism. On the contrary, the higher sanity of it was disturbing, and its extraordinary implication, gradually borne in upon Eldon Parr, was that he himself were not in his right mind. The words, when they came, were a confirmation of this inference. "It is what I feared, Mr. Parr," he said. "You are as yet incapable of comprehending." "What do you mean?" asked the banker, jerking his hand from the table. The rector shook his head. "If this great chastisement with which you have been visited has given you no hint of the true meaning of life, nothing I can say will avail. If you will not yet listen to the Spirit which is trying to make you comprehend, how then will you listen to me? How am I to open your eyes to the paradox of truth, that he would save his life shall lose it, that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God? If you will not believe him who said that, you will not believe me. I can only beg of you, strive to understand that your heart may be softened, that your suffering soul may be released." It is to be recorded strangely that Eldon Parr did not grow angry in his turn. The burning eyes looked out at Hodder curiously, as at a being upon whom the vials of wrath were somehow wasted, against whom the weapons of power were of no account. The fanatic had become a phenomenon which had momentarily stilled passion to arouse interest. "Art thou a master of Israel, and knowest not these things?" "Do you mean to say," such was the question that sprang to Eldon Parr's lips, "that you take the Bible literally? What is your point of view? You speak about the salvation of souls. I have heard that kind of talk all my life, and it is easy, I find, for men who have never known the responsibilities of wealth to criticize and advise. I regard indiscriminate giving as nothing less than a crime, and I have always tried to be painstaking and judicious. If I had taken the words you quoted at their face value, I should have no wealth to distribute today. I too, Mr. Hodder, odd as it may seem to you, have had my dreams of doing my share of making this country the best place in the world to live in. It has pleased Providence to take away my son. He was not fitted to carry on my work. That is the way with dreams. I was to have taught him to build up, and to give as I have given. You think me embittered, hard, because I seek to do good, to interpret the gospel in my own way. Before this year is out, I shall have retired from all active business, and I intend to spend the rest of my life in giving away the money I have earned, all of it. I do not intend to spare myself, and giving will be harder than earning. I shall found institutions for research of disease, hospitals, playgrounds, libraries, and schools, and I shall make the university here one of the best in the country. What more, may I ask, would you have me do?" "Ah," replied the rector, "it is not what I would have you do. It is not indeed a question of doing, but seeing." "Of seeing," the banker repeated. "As I say, of using judgment." "Judgment, yes, but the judgment which has not yet dawned for you, the enlightenment which is the knowledge of God's will. Worldly wisdom is a rule of thumb many men may acquire. The other wisdom, the wisdom of the soul, is personal, the reward of revelation which springs from desire. You ask me what I think you should do. I will tell you, but you will not do it. You will be powerless to do it unless you see it for yourself, unless the time shall come when you are willing to give up everything you have held dear in life, not your money, but your opinions, the very judgment and wisdom you value, until you have gained the faith which proclaims these worthless, until you are ready to receive the kingdom of God as a little child. You are not ready now. Your attitude, your very words proclaim your blindness to all that has happened you, your determination to carry out, so far as it is left to you, your own will. You may die without seeing. Crazy as it all sounded, a slight tremor shook Eldon Parr. There was something in the eyes and the powerful features of the clergyman that kept him still, that made him listen with a fascination which, had he taken cognizance of it, was akin to fear. That this man believed it, that he would impress it upon others, nay, had already done so, the banker did not then doubt. You speak of giving, Hodder continued, and you have nothing to give, nothing. You are poorer today than the humblest man who has seen God, but you have much, you have all to restore. Without raising his voice, the rector had contrived to put a mighty emphasis on the word. You speak of the labor of giving, but if you seek your God and haply find him, you will not rest night or day while you live until you have restored every dollar possible of that which you have wrongfully taken from others. John Hodder rose and raised his arm in effective protest against the interruption Eldon Parr was about to make. He bore him down. I know what you are going to say, Mr. Parr, that it is not practical. That word practical is the barrier between you and your God. I tell you that God can make anything practical. Your conscience, the spirit, tortures you today, but you have not had enough torture, you still think, to escape easily, to keep the sympathy of a world which despises you. You are afraid to do what God would have you do. You have the opportunity, through grace, by your example, to leave the world better than you found it, to do a thing of such magnitude as is given to few men, to confess before all that your life has been blind and wicked. That is what the Spirit is trying to teach you, but you fear the ridicule of the other blind men. You have not the faith to believe that many eyes would be opened by your act. The very shame of such a confession, you think, is not to be borne. Suppose I acknowledge, which I do not, your preposterous charge. How would you propose to do this thing? It is very simple, said the rector, so far as the actual method of procedure goes. You have only to establish a board of men in whom you have confidence, a court of claims, so to speak, to pass upon the validity of every application, not from a business standpoint alone, but from one of a broad justice and equity. And not only that, I should have it an important part of the duties of this board to discover for themselves other claimants who may not, for various reasons, come forward. In the case of the consolidated tractions, for instance, there are doubtless many men like Garvin who invested their savings largely on the strength of your name. You cannot bring him back to life, restore him to his family as he was before you embittered him, but it would be a comparatively easy matter to return to his widow with compound interest the sum which he invested. For the sake of argument, said Eldon Parr, what would you do with the innumerable impostors who would overwhelm such a board with claims that they had bought and sold stock at a loss? And that is only one case I could mention. Would it be so dreadful a thing, asked Hodder, to run the risk of making a few mistakes? It would not be business, you say. If you had the desire to do this, you would dismiss such an obsession from your brain. You would prefer to err on the side of justice and mercy. And no matter how able your board in making restitution, you could at best expect to mend only a fraction of the wrongs you have done. I shall waive for the moment my contention that the Consolidated Tractions Company, had it succeeded, would greatly have benefited the city. Even if it had been the iniquitous, piratical transaction you suggest, why should I assume the responsibility for all who were concerned in it? If the grace were given to you to do this, that question would answer itself, the rector replied. The awful sense of responsibility which you now lack would overwhelm you. You have made me out a rascal and a charlatan, said Eldon Parr, and I have listened patiently in my desire to be fair, to learn from your own lips whether there were anything in the extraordinary philosophy you have taken up and which you are pleased to call Christianity. If you will permit me to be as frank as you have been, it appears to me as sheer nonsense and folly, and if it were put into practice, the world would be reduced at once to chaos and anarchy. And there is no danger, I'm sorry to say, of its being put into practice at once, said Hodder, smiling sadly. I hope not, answered the banker dryly. Utopia is a dream which those who do the rough work of the world cannot afford to indulge. And there is one more question. You will, no doubt, deride it as practical, but to my mind it is very much to the point. You condemn the business practices in which I have engaged all my life as utterly unchristian. If you are logical, you will admit that no man or woman who owns stock in a modern corporation is, according to your definition, Christian and, to use your own phrase, can enter the kingdom of God. I can tell you as one who knows that there is no corporation in this country which, in the struggle to maintain itself, is not forced to adopt the natural law of the survival of the fittest, which you condemn. Your own salary, while you had it, came from men who had made money in corporations. Business is business and admits of no sentimental considerations. If you can get around that fact, I will gladly bow to your genius. Should you succeed in re-establishing St. John's on what you call a free basis, and in my opinion you will not, even then the money you would live on and which supported the church would be directly or indirectly derived from corporations. I do not propose to enter into an economic argument with you, Mr. Parr, but if you tell me that the flagrant practices indulged in by those who organize the Consolidated Tractions Company can be excused under any code of morals, any conception of Christianity, I tell you they cannot. What do we see today in your business world? Boards of directors, trusted by stockholders, betraying their trust, withholding information in order to profit thereby, buying and selling stock secretly, stock watering, selling to the public diluted values, all kinds of iniquity and abuse of power which I need not go into. Do you mean to tell me on the plea that business is business and hence a department by itself, that deception, cheating, and stealing are justified and necessary? The awakened conscience of the public is condemning you. The time is at hand, though neither you nor I may live to see it, when the public conscience itself is beginning to perceive this higher justice hidden from you, and you are attempting to mislead when you do not distinguish between the men who, for their own gain and power, mismanage such corporations as are mismanaged, and those who own stock and are misled. The public conscience of which I speak is the leaven of Christianity at work, and we must be content to work with it, to await its fulfillment, to realize that no one of us can change the world, but can only do his part in making it better. The least we can do is to refuse to indulge in practices which jeopardize our own souls to remain poor if we cannot make wealth honestly. Say what you will, the Christian government we are approaching will not recognize property because it is gradually becoming clear that the holding of property delays the kingdom at which you scoff, giving the man who owns it a power over the body of the man who does not. Property produces slavery, since it compels those who have none to work for those who have. The possession of property or of sufficient property to give one individual an advantage over his fellows is inconsistent with Christianity. Hence it will be done away with, but only when enough have been emancipated to carry this into effect. Hence the saying of our Lord about the needle's eye, the danger to the soul of him who owns much property. And how about your Christian view of the world as a vale of tears? Eldon Parr inquired. So long as humanity exists, there will always be tears, admitted the rector. But it is a false Christianity which does not bid us work for our fellow men, to relieve their suffering and make the world brighter. It is becoming clear that the way to do this effectively is through communities, cooperation, through nations and not individuals. And this, if you like, is practical. So practical that the men like you who have gained unexampled privilege fear it more and more. The old Christian misconception that the world is essentially a bad place and which has served the ends of your privilege is going by forever. And the motto of the citizens of the future will be the Christian motto, I am my brother's keeper. The world is a good place because the Spirit is continually working in it to make it better, and life is good if only we take the right view of it, the revealed view. What you say is all very fine, said Eldon Parr, and I have heard it before from the discontented, the socialists, but it does not take into account the one essential element, human nature. On the other hand, your scheme of life fails to reckon with a greater factor, divine nature, Hodder replied. When you have lived as long as I have, perhaps you will think differently, Mr. Hodder. Eldon Parr's voice had abruptly grown metallic, as though the full realization had come over him of the severity of the clergyman's arraignment, the audacity of the man who had ventured to oppose him and momentarily defeated him, who had won the allegiance of his own daughter, who had dared condemn him as an evildoer and give advice as to his future course. He, Eldon Parr, who had been used to settle the destinies of men. His anger was suddenly at white heat, and his voice, which he strove to control, betrayed it. Since you have rejected my offer, which was made in kindness, since you are bent on ruining my daughter's life as well as your own, and she has disregarded my wishes, I refuse to see either of you, no matter to what straits you may come, as long as I live. That is understood, and she leaves this house today, never to enter it again. It is useless to prolong this conversation, I think. Quite useless, as I feared, Mr. Parr. Do you know why Allison is willing to marry me? It is because the strength has been given me to oppose you in the name of humanity, and this in spite of the fact that her love for you today is greater than it has ever been before. It is a part of the heavy punishment you have inflicted on yourself that you cannot believe in her purity. You insist on thinking that the time will come when she will return to you for help. In senseless anger and pride, you are driving her away from you whom you will someday need. And in that day, should God grant you a relenting heart to make the sign, she will come to you, but to give comfort, not to receive it. And even as you have threatened me, I will warn you, yet not in anger. Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God, nor understand the motives of those who would enter into it. Seek and pray for repentance. Infuriated though he was, before the commanding yet compassionate bearing of the rector, he remained speechless. And after a moment's pause, Hodder turned and left the room. End of section 33. Section 34 of Inside the Cup. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill. Chapter 28, Light, Part 2, and Afterword. When Hodder had reached the foot of the stairs, Allison came out to him. The mourning she wore made her seem even taller. In the face upturned to his, framed in the black veil and paler than he had known it, were traces of tears in the eyes, a sad yet questioning and trustful smile. They gazed at each other an instant before speaking in the luminous ecstasy of perfect communion, which shone for them undimmed in the surrounding gloom of tragedy. And thus they felt it would always shine. Of that tragedy of the world's sin and sorrow they would ever be conscious. Without darkness there could be no light. "I knew," she said, reading his tidings. "It would be of no use. Tell me the worst." "If you marry me, Allison, your father refuses to see you again. He insists that you leave the house." "Then why did he wish to see you?" "It was to make an appeal. He thinks, of course, that I have made a failure of life, and that if I marry you, I shall drag you down to poverty and disgrace." She raised her head proudly. "But he knows that it is I who insist upon marrying you. I explained it all to him. How I had asked you. Of course he did not understand. He thinks, I suppose, that it is simply an infatuation." In spite of the solemnity of the moment, Hodder smiled down at her, touched by the confession. "That, my dear, doesn't relieve me of responsibility. I am just as responsible as though I had spoken first, instead of you." "But, John, you didn't—" A sudden fear made her silent. He took her hand and pressed it reassuringly. "Give you up? No, Allison," he answered simply. "When you came to me, God put you in my keeping." She clung to him suddenly in a passion of relief. "Oh, I could never give you up. I would never unless you yourself told me. Then I would do it for you, but you won't ask me now?" He put his arm around her shoulders, and the strength of it seemed to calm her. "No, dear, I would make the sacrifice, ask you to make it, if it would be of any good. As you say, he does not understand, and you couldn't go on living with him and loving me. That solution is impossible. We can only hope that the time will come when he will realize his need of you and send for you." "And did he not ask you anything more?" Hodder hesitated. He had intended to spare her that. Her divination startled him. I know without your telling me. He offered you money. He consented to our marriage if you would give up St. John's." "Oh, how could he?" she cried. "How could he so misjudge and insult you?" "It is not me he misjudges, Allison. It is mankind. It is God. That is his terrible misfortune." Hodder released her tenderly. "You must see him. You must tell him that when he needs you, you will come." "I will see him now," she said. "You will wait for me?" "Now?" he repeated, taken aback by her resolution, though it was characteristic. "Yes, I will go as I am. I can send for my things. My father has given me no choice, no reprieve, not that I wish one. I have you, dear. I will stay with Mr. Bentley tonight and leave for New York tomorrow to do what I have to do, and then you will be ready for me?" "Yes," he said, "I shall be ready." He lingered in the well-remembered hall, and when at last she came down again, her eyes shone bravely through her tears. Her look answered the question of his own. There was no need for speech. With not so much as a look behind, she left, with him, her father's house. Outside, the mist had become a drizzle, and as they went down the walk together, beside the driveway, she slipped her arm into his, pressing close to his side. Her intuition was perfect, the courage of her love sublime. "I have you, dear," she whispered. "Never in my life before have I been rich." "Allison!" It was all he could say, but the intensity of his mingled feeling went into the syllables of her name. An impulse made them pause and turn, and they stood looking back together at the great house, which loomed the greater in the thickening darkness, its windows edged with glow. Never, as in this moment when the cold rain wet their faces, had the thought of its comfort and warmth and luxury struck him so vividly. Yes, and of its terror and loneliness now, of the tortured spirit in it that found no rest. "Oh, John," she cried, "if we only could." He understood her. Such was the perfect quality of their sympathy that she had voiced his thought. What were rain and cold, the inclemency of the elements, to them? What the beauty and the warmth of these empty rooms to Eldon Parr? Out of the heaven of their happiness, they looked down, helpless, into the horrors of the luxury of hell. "It must be," he answered her, "in God's good time." "Life is terrible," she said. "Think of what he must have done to suffer so, to be condemned to this? And when I went to him just now, he wouldn't even kiss me good-bye. Oh, my dear, if I hadn't had you to take me, what should I have done? It never was a home to me, to any of us. And as I look back now, all the troubles began when we moved into it. I can only think of it as a huge prison, all the more sinister for its costliness." A prison! It had once been his own conceit. He drew her gently away, and they walked together along Park Street, towards the distant arc-light at the corner which flung a gleaming band along the wet pavement. "Perhaps it was because I was too young to know what trouble was when we lived in Ransom Street," she continued. "But I can remember now how sad my mother was at times. It almost seemed as though she had a premonition." Allison's voice caught. The car, which came roaring through the darkness and which stopped protestingly at their corner, was ablaze with electricity, almost filled with passengers. A young man with a bundle changed his place in order that they might sit together in one of the little benches bordering the aisle. Opposite them was a laughing, clay-soiled group of laborers going home from work. In front, a young couple with a chubby child. He stood between his parents, facing about, gazing in unembarrassed wonder at the dark lady with the veil. Allison's smile seemed only to increase the solemnity of his adoration, and presently he attempted to climb over the barrier between them. Hodder caught him, and the mother turned in alarm, recapturing him. "You mustn't bother the lady, Jimmy," she said when she had thanked the rector. She had dimpled cheeks and sparkling blue eyes, but their expression changed as they fell on Allison's face, expressing something of the wonder of the child's. "Oh, he isn't bothering me," Allison protested. "Do let him stand." "He don't make up to everybody," explained the mother, and the manner of her speech was such a frank tribute that Allison flushed. There had been, too, in the look the quick sympathy for bereavement of the poor. "Aren't they nice?" Allison leaned over and whispered to Hodder when the woman had turned back. "One thing at least I shall never regret, that I shall have to ride the rest of my life in the streetcars. I love them. That is probably my only qualification, dear, for a clergyman's wife." Hodder laughed. "It strikes me," he said, "as a supreme one." They came at length to Mr. Bentley's door, flung open in its usual wide hospitality by Sam. Whatever their fortunes, they could always be welcome here. But it turned out, in answer to their question, that their friend was not at home. "No, sir," said Sam, bowing and smiling benignantly, "but he done told me to say when you and Miss Allison come hit was to make no difference, dat you both was to have supper here. And I's done cooked it, yes, sir. Will you kindly step into the library, sir, and Miss Allison? Dar was a lady cross de city. Marse Horace said, yes, sir." "John," said Allison with a questioning smile when they were alone before the fire, "I believe he went out on purpose, don't you? Just that we might be here alone." "He knew we were coming." "I wrote him." "I think he might be convicted on the evidence," Hodder agreed, "but—" His question remained unasked. Allison went up to him. He had watched her, absorbed and fascinated, as with her round arms gracefully lifted in front of the old mirror she had taken off her hat and veil, smoothing by a few deft touches the dark crown of her hair. The unwonted intimacy of the moment, invoking as it did an endless reflection of other similar movements in their future life together, was in its effect overwhelming, bringing with it at last a conviction not to be denied. Her color rose as she faced him, her lashes fell. "Did you seriously think, dear, that we could have deceived Mr. Bentley? Then you are not as clever as I thought you. As soon as it happened, I sent him a note, that very night, for I felt that he ought to be told first of all." "And as usual," Hodder answered, "you were right." Supper was but a continuation of that delicious sense of intimacy, and Sam, beaming in his starched shirt and swallowtail, had an air of presiding over a banquet of state, and, for that matter, none had ever gone away hungry from this table either for meat or love. It was indeed a consecrated meal, consecrated for being just there. Such was the tact which the old darky had acquired from his master, that he left the dishes on the shining mahogany board and bowed himself out. "When you wants me, Miss Allison, just ring de bell." She was seated, upright yet charmingly graceful, behind the old English coffee service which had been Mr. Bentley's mother's. And it was she who, by her wonderful self-possession, by the reassuring smile she gave him as she handed him his cup, endowed it all with reality. "It's strange," she said, "but it seems as though I had been doing it all my life, instead of just beginning." "And you do it as though you had," he declared. "Which is a proof," she replied, "of the superior adaptability of women." He did not deny it. He would not then, in truth, have disputed her wildest statement. But presently, after they had gone back into the library and were seated side by side before the coals, they spoke again of serious things, marveling once more at a happiness which could be tinged and yet unmarred by vicarious sorrow. Theirs was the soberer, profounder happiness of gratitude and wonder, too wise to exult, but which of itself is exalted, the happiness which praises and passes understanding. "There are many things I want to say to you, John," she told him once, "and they trouble me a little. It is only because I am so utterly devoted to you that I wish you to know me as I am. I have always had queer views, and although much has happened to change me since I have known and loved you, I am not quite sure how much those views have changed. Love," she added, "plays such a havoc with one's opinions." She returned his smile, but with knitted brows. "It's really serious, you needn't laugh. And it's only fair to you to let you know the kind of wife you are getting before it is too late. For instance, I believe in divorce, although I can't imagine it for us. One never can, I suppose, in this condition, that's the trouble. I have seen so many immoral marriages that I can't think God intends people to live degraded. And I'm sick and tired of the argument that an indissoluble marriage under all conditions is good for society. That a man or woman, the units of society, should violate the divine in themselves for the sake of society is absurd. They are merely setting an example to their children to do the same thing, which means that society in that respect will never get any better. In this love that has come to us, we have achieved an ideal which I have never thought to reach. Oh, John, I'm sure you won't misunderstand me when I say that I would rather die than have to lower it." "No," he answered, "I shall not misunderstand you. Even though it is so difficult to put into words what I mean, I don't feel that we really need the marriage service, since God has already joined us together. And it is not through our own wills somehow, but through His. Divorce would not only be a crime against the Spirit, it would be an impossibility while we feel as we do. But if love should cease, then God Himself would have divorced us, punished us by taking away a priceless gift of which we were not worthy. He would have shut the gates of Eden in our faces because we had sinned against the Spirit. It would be quite as true to say, 'Whom God has put asunder, no man may join together.' Am I hurting you?" Her hand was on the arm of his chair, and the act of laying his own on it was an assurance stronger than words. Allison sighed. "Yes, I believed you would understand even though I expressed myself badly. That you would help me, that you have found a solution. I used to regard the marriage service as a compromise, as a lowering of the ideal, as something mechanical and rational put in the place of the spiritual. That it was making the church and therefore God conform to the human notion of what the welfare of society ought to be. And it is absurd to promise to love. We have no control over our affections. They are in God's hands to grant or withdraw. And yet I am sure, this is new since I have known you, that if such a great love as ours be withdrawn, it would be an unpardonable wrong for either of us to marry again. That is what puzzles me, confounds the wisdom I used to have, and which in my littleness and pride I thought so sufficient. I didn't believe in God, but now I feel Him through you, though I cannot define Him. And one of the many reasons why I could not believe in Christ was because I took it for granted that He taught, among other things, a continuation of the marriage relation after love had ceased to justify it." Hodder did not immediately reply, nor did Allison interrupt his silence, but sat with a stillness which at times so marked her personality, her eyes trustfully fixed on him. The current pulsing between them was unbroken. Hodder's own look as he gazed into the grate was that of a seer. "Yes," he said at length, "it is by the Spirit and not the letter of our Lord's teaching that we are guided. The Spirit which we draw from the Gospels, and everything written down there that does not harmonize with it is the mistaken interpretation of men. Once the Spirit possesses us truly, we are no longer troubled and confused by texts. The Alpha and Omega of Christ's message is rebirth into the knowledge of that Spirit, and hence submission to its guidance. And that is what Paul meant when he said that it freed us from the law. You are right, Allison, when you declare it to be a violation of the Spirit for a man and woman to live together when love does not exist. Christ shows us that laws were made for those who are not reborn. Laws are the rules of society to be followed by those who have not found the inner guidance, who live and die in the flesh. But the path which those who live under the control of the Spirit are to take is opened up to them as they journey. If all men and women were reborn, we should have the paradox which only the reborn can understand, of what is best for the individual being best for society, because under the will of the script none can transgress upon the rights and happiness of others. The Spirit would make the laws and rules superfluous. And the great crime of the Church, for which she is paying so heavily in expiation, is that her faith wavered, and she forsook the Spirit and resumed the law her Master had condemned. She no longer insisted on that which Christ proclaimed as imperative, rebirth. She became, as you say, a mechanical organization, substituting, as the Jews had done, hard and fast rules for inspiration. She abandoned the communion of saints, sold her birthright for a mess of pottage for worldly, temporal power, when she declared that inspiration had ceased with the apostles, when she failed to see that inspiration is personal and comes through rebirth. For the sake of increasing her membership, of dominating the affairs of men, she has permitted millions who lived in the law and the flesh, who persisted in forcing men to live by the conventions and customs Christ repudiated, and so stultify themselves to act in Christ's name. The unpardonable sin against the Spirit is to doubt its workings, to maintain that society will be ruined if it be substituted for the rules and regulations supposed to make for the material comforts of the nations, but which in reality suppress and enslave the weak. Nevertheless, in spite of the Church, marvelously through the Church, the germ of our Lord's message has come down to us, and the age in which we live is beginning to realize its purport, to condemn the Church for her subservient rationalism. Let us apply the rule of the Spirit to marriage. If we examine the ideal, we shall see clearly that the marriage service is but a symbol. Like baptism, it is a worthless and meaningless rite unless the man and woman have been born again into the Spirit, released from the law. If they are still, as St. Paul would say, in the flesh, let them have, if they wish, a civil permit to live together, for the Spirit can have nothing to do with such a union. True to herself, the Church symbolizes the union of her members, the reborn. She has nothing to do with laws and conventions which are supposedly for the good of society, nor is any union accomplished if those whom she supposedly joins are not reborn. If they are, the Church can neither make it or dissolve it, but merely confirm and acknowledge the work of the Spirit. And every work of the Spirit is a sacrament, not baptism and communion and marriage only, but every act of life. "Oh, John," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting, "I can believe that. How beautiful a thought! I see now what is meant when it is said that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. That is the hourly guidance which is independent of the law. And how terrible to think that all the spiritual beauty of such a religion should have been hardened into chapter and verse and regulation. You have put into language what I think of Mr. Bentley, that his acts are sacraments. It is so simple when you explain it this way, and yet I can see why it was said, too, that we must become his children to understand it." "The difficult thing," replied Hodder gravely, "is to retain it, to hold it after we have understood it, even after we have experienced it. To continue to live in the Spirit demands all our effort, all our courage and patience and faith. We cannot, as you say, promise to love for life, but the marriage service interpreted means that we will use all our human endeavor with the help of the Spirit to remain in what may be called the reborn state, since it is by the Spirit alone that true marriage is sanctified. When the Spirit is withdrawn, man and woman are indeed divorced." The words "a sense of duty" belong to moral philosophy and not to religion. Love annuls them. I do not mean to decry them, but the reborn are lifted far above them by the subversion of the will by which our will is submitted to God's. It is so we develop and become, as it were, God, and hence those who are not married in the Spirit are not spiritually man and wife. No consecration has taken place, church or no church. If rebirth occurs later to either or both, the individual's conscience, which is the spirit, must decide whether as regards each other they are bound or free, and we must stand or fall by that. Men object that this is opening the door to individualism. What they fail to see is that the door is open, wide today, and can never again be closed, that the law of natural born is losing its power, that the worn-out authority of the Church is being set at naught because that authority was devised by man to keep in check those who were not reborn. The only check to material individualism is spiritual individualism, and the reborn man or woman cannot act to the detriment of his fellow creatures. In her turn she was silent, still gazing at him, her breath coming deeply, for she was greatly moved. "Yes," she said simply, "I can see now why divorce between us would be a sacrilege. I felt it, John, but I couldn't reason it out. It is a consecration of the spirit that justifies the union of the flesh, for the spirit in that sense does not deny the flesh." "That would be to deny life," Hodder replied. "I see. Why was it all so hidden?" The exclamation was not addressed to him. She was staring pensively into the fire. But presently, with a swift movement, she turned to him. "You will preach this, John. All of it." It was not a question, but the cry of a new and wider vision of his task. Her face was transfigured, and her voice, low and vibrating, expressed no doubts. "Oh, I am proud of you, and if they put you out and persecute you, I shall always be proud. I shall never know why it was given me to have this and to live. Do you remember saying to me once that faith comes to us in some human form we love? You are my faith, and faith in you is my faith in humanity and faith in God." Ere he could speak of his own faith in her, in mankind, by grace of which he had been lifted from the abyss, there came a knock at the door, and even as they answered it, a deeper knowledge filtered into their hearts. Horace Bentley stood before them, and the light from his face that shone down upon them was their benediction. Afterword. Although these pages have been published serially, it is with a feeling of reluctance that I send them out into the world, for better or worse, between the covers of a book. They have been written with reverence, and the reading of the proofs has brought back to me vividly the long winters in which I pondered over the matter they contain, and wrote and rewrote the chapters. I had not thought to add anything to them by way of an afterword. Nothing could be farther from my mind than to pose as a theologian, and were it not for one or two of the letters I have received, I should have supposed that no reader could have thought of making the accusation that I presume to speak for any one except myself. In a book of this kind, the setting forth of a personal view of religion is not only unavoidable, but necessary, since if I wrote sincerely, Mr. Hodder's solution must coincide with my own, so far as I have been able to work one out. Such as it is, it represents many years of experience and reflection, and I can only crave the leniency of any trained theologian who may happen to peruse it. No one realizes, perhaps, the incompleteness of the religious interpretations here presented more keenly than I. More significant, more vital elements of the truth are the rewards of a mind which searches and craves, especially in these days, when the fruit of so many able minds lies on the shelves of library and bookshop. Since the last chapter was written, many suggestions have come to me which I should like to have the time to develop for this volume, but the nature of these elements is positive. I can think of nothing I should care to subtract. Here, then, so far as what may be called religious doctrine is concerned, is merely a personal solution. We are in an age when the truth is being worked out through many minds, a process which seems to me both Christian and democratic. Yet a gentleman has so far misunderstood this that he has already accused me in a newspaper of committing all the heresies condemned by the Council of Chalcedon, and more. I have no doubt that he is right. My consolation must be that I have as company, in some of my heresies at least, a goodly array of gentlemen who wear the cloth of the orthodox churches, whose doctrines he accuses me of denying. The published writings of these clergymen are accessible to all. The same critic declares that my interpretations are without authority. This depends, of course, on one's view of authority. But his accusation is true equally against many men who, if my observation be correct, are doing an incalculable service for religion by giving to the world their own personal solutions interpreting Christianity in terms of modern thought. No doubt these, too, are offending the champions of the Council of Chalcedon. And does the gentleman, may I ask, ever read the pages of the Hibbert Journal? Finally, I have to meet a more serious charge that Mr. Hodder remains in the church because of, quote, the dread of parting with the old strong anchorage, the fear of anathema and criticism, the thought of sorrowing and disapproving friends, end quote. Or perhaps he infers that it is I who keep Mr. Hodder in the church for these personal reasons. Alas, the concern of society is now for those upon whom the church has lost her hold, who are seeking for a solution they can accept. And the danger today is not from the side of heresy. The rector of St. John's, as a result of his struggle, gained what I believe to be a higher and surer faith than what he formerly held, and in addition to this, the realization of the presence of a condition which was paralyzing the church's influence. One thing I had hoped to make clear, that if Mr. Hodder had left the church under these circumstances, he would have made the great refusal. The situation which he faced demanded something of the sublime courage of his master. Lastly, may I be permitted to add that it is far from my intention to reflect upon any particular denomination. The instance which I have taken is perhaps a pronounced rather than a particular case of the problem to which I have referred, and which is causing the gravest concern to thoughtful clergymen and laymen of all denominations. Santa Barbara, California, March 31, 1913, Winston Churchill. End of section 34. End of The Inside of the Cup by Winston Churchill.